Hi, Deb.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Hey, there's Don.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. Need more people online.
Yeah, hopefully a couple more minutes.
Hi, Joanne.
No.
Hello, Joanne. Hello, Deb.
Hi.
Hello, Don.
Nancy, was that Nancy that said that, or
Yep.
was that?
And
I think
It was me, Anne.
Oh, hey, Ann, how you doing?
All right. How are you?
Not too bad. Couldn't ask for better weather last 3 days.
I know, this is great.
Yeah. Very nice.
would have loved to have gotten out today, but instead I was in front of the computer all day long.
Oh, no. It's supposed to be 88 next Saturday.
everybody.
Ugh. Hi.
Hi, Gina.
Hi.
Hi, Gina.
Hey.
Is she as out of it as she sounds?
Hi, John.
Oh,
Hi,
I'm
guys.
tired.
Greetings and salutations, one and all.
Mike,
So it's
Something I
Mike
brought
that's
where I
missing.
can Take off my mask.
Okay. So why don't we get started? What we're doing this evening is having a presentation by the Design Committee of Downtown Bellefonte Incorporated regarding the wayfinding signage project. There will be two presenters this evening. One is Nancy Perkins, who chairs the Design Committee, and the other one is Erica Bove, who is the consultant with creative designer. I was trying to think of your title. Creative designer with Design, who is the consultant for parts 1 to 4 of the grant that we got last summer. So take it away, Nancy.
Okay. Well, for those of you who were around on the board in July of 18, you may remember some of this presentation. We've made some updates and revised it for this year, but I wanted to give you the background, and this is what we presented to the stakeholders this past week so that they would be up to speed on our plans. And we got some feedback and some suggestions that we are taking under advisement and using. So anyway, as you may know, the design committee members, it was a new committee formed when DBI was established. Nancy Knoll was the original chair. On our committee is Maria Day, Shannon Wright, Marty Mahan, Joanne Toasty Vasey, Taylor Decker, Amy Debach, Andrea Skirpan, and Gina Thompson, and I'm now the current chair. As part of the design committee's objectives, we identified opportunities for improvement that impact the vitality of Bellefonte as a destination for tourism and commerce. This began in April of 2018, and we started with a walk around town, observing the environment and really putting ourselves in the place of the visitor and the first time participant in our environment. And we wanted to really identify the navigation and the aesthetics of the central business district, and that's where we were concentrating. So addressing these opportunities, we think will enhance the residential and commercial property values of town, thereby driving vitality and growth within the borough. We identified 3 primary opportunities for improvement. They included wayfinding for major borough destinations to facilitate residents, visitors, and customers. And when, you know, we all know where things are, but a lot of people coming to town, say for county business and court and such, don't know where the parking lots are necessarily. And we realized that our signage was lacking. The appearance and consistency and placement of borough signage and graphic identity was another area we thought we could improve. And the creation of graphic standards for borough managed signage parameters for new businesses to enable a more seamless interface with HARB guidelines was another area where we thought we could streamline the process and make it easier for people to apply for signage through HARB. Wayfinding for the major borough destinations to facilitate residents and visitors. Just by definition, wayfinding is defined as spatial problem solving. It's knowing where you are and in the environment, knowing where your desired location is, and knowing how to get there from your present location. The goals are to minimize the ability of residents and visitors to readily find key destinations without having to ask for directions. You can always ask for directions, but if you don't have to, it's even better. To provide directional indications at decision points, those would be corners, any place where you have to make a turn or go straight ahead. Those things need to be identified. and to be visually consistent to assure the visitor that navigation to desired borough locations is correct. So once you have established some graphic language, then people can kind of follow that language throughout town. Why is better wayfinding a benefit? It basically enhances tourism and commerce. For tourism, our visitors can more easily find their way to events and landmarks. And for commerce, our customers can more easily access parking near local businesses. A well-planned wayfinding system creates an impression, and it's what we say about ourselves as a community. Another benefit, we want to establish and communicate through our directional signage system that we are visitor friendly, that we have a unified message to the public, and that we want visitors to enjoy their stay. It will also communicate that we are a well-managed community and a great place in which to live, work, and invest. A wayfinding plan and a cohesive, consistent graphic identity go hand in hand. Once the visitor sees the Bellefonte identity, the viewer will rely on those signs to provide a path to various destinations. Therefore, our first step was to develop a graphic identity that would translate into borough communications and signage. During our preliminary evaluation of existing signage, we noted that the welcome signs, the visitor's first impression, were either missing at some entry points, say from Axeman on Route 144, or from Route 550 coming into town. And the three existing welcome signs looked, in some cases, were in disrepair. And this is what we have. On the left, we have the sign that's up at the Armory. Top right, we have the Big Spring location. It's a little hard to see, tucked into the bushes. And then the one on the lower right is coming in from Milesburg. And they're all a little bit different. Our preliminary evaluation also noted that directions to major landmarks and areas are not provided. There's lack of wayfinding signage for landmark buildings such as the courthouse, the county government offices, the Willowbank building, the Match Factory complex, the visitor center. We have a standard sign. We always have standard signs for parking and such, but they don't have any quality of being our identity. Talleyrand Park, and then the police station and the borough building. And so these are key landmarks that need to be identified. Parking areas also need identification for visitors for our major events, the Vic Christmas, the arts festivals, the cruise, Talleyrand Park, events and concerts, the courthouse, jurors, and county business visitors. And of course, we have our new electric vehicle charging stations to boast about, and they need identification so people know where those are located. We did, as we were walking around, we were flagged down by a courthouse employee who said that they had a lot of trouble letting people know where the handicap parking is for the courthouse. You have to go up High Street, go around on the back side of the building, and then come partway down. So that was not clear, and they requested that perhaps we could do a better job of identifying that location for handicap parking. So these are your standard fare for, you know, what you can buy from anybody. We felt that we could do a better job if we had an identity, and we would carry that through for parking and for the electric vehicle charging stations. And also, as you can see in the center there, wherever we can combine signs on existing poles and lampposts is something that we want to do. Not only is it cost effective, but it kind of cleans up the street. We want to reduce sticks on the street so you don't have as many things to, you know, plow around in the wintertime and things like that. We'd rather not use standard icons. We can have a guide, but we also already have a unique identity for our electric vehicle charging stations, and we wanted to incorporate that logo. So the appearance and consistency and placement of borough signage and graphic identity was something we wanted to accomplish. And this we felt could be improved, and it required a cohesive graphic identity. And what does exist is graphically and or physically inconsistent. I've shown you some examples, but here's also some of what we have. We have the welcome signs. We have Talleyrand Park on the lamppost is a different typography. What's at Talleyrand Park it has been recently done, and initially we're not going to do anything with that. We're going to keep it as is. But you can see, and then the borough letterhead and business cards are inconsistent. So we want to have everything look like it's part of a system. Our 1795 founding date indicates that Bellefonte is a place with a rich history. And just know that we have looked at dozens of examples of other towns, either online or with visits, and taken a whole lot of pictures. If anyone is interested to see what other towns do, I've got umpteen examples I could show you. But as we looked at everything, what you realize is that basically people tell you where you are, what town is it, and when is the established date. So from the earliest residency of Native American tribes to the invention of our iron industry, the development of manufacturing here, our history encompasses 7 state governors, underground railroad sites, and outdoor sports. To this day, our town remains a county seat. And these aspects and many more offer a significant and diverse history that we can share. All of them attract different types of visitors. Our review of various welcome signs indicated that they typically feature a town's name and its founding date. So the 1795 founding date results from Bellefonte's history spanning even earlier architectural structures, still extant, meaning existing and surviving, that offer a virtual museum of different types of examples of architecture for visitors to explore. Some of our numerous architectural styles include Georgian, Federal, subcategories of Victorian, such as Italianate, Second Empire, Queen Anne. Stick style is yet another style. Pennsylvania farmhouse is something that you see to the left of the courthouse. Some of those structures there are considered Pennsylvania farmhouse. Craftsman and mail order kit homes. And in recognition of that diverse history, we kind of came to a conclusion. Descriptive terms on signage are best presented in less permanent fixtures where they can be more easily described, changed, and modified. And keep in mind that the welcome signs were done many years ago when we didn't have the internet, we didn't have social media. It wasn't as easy to get the word out about all of the diversity and all of the things that are going on here. So it was probably more typical to put more descriptives on a welcome sign. I think a lot of communities have gotten away from that because once you know you're in a town, you can look things up and find out more information that's more to your liking and what you're interested in. So we recommended to DBI that our welcome signs include the words Historic Bellefonte, established 1795. And this terminology was approved by the DBI Board of Directors in October of 2019. And when you consider that we were founded shortly after George Washington became the president, you say, you know, we're a much older town than the late 1800s that we typically talk about. So that was the conclusion we came to. And this was approved by the board of directors, and that direction then was given to Erica and her group to develop our signs. This is just an example, one of many. Frederick, Maryland, you can kind of see that once you come to town on the left, you see the welcome sign. Then you see the same coloration and fixtures being used throughout town to get to parking lots, major landmarks and such. And it becomes a visual cue for a visitor to know, to look for those signs throughout town as you go through town. We also like the bladed signs. The good thing about bladed signs, meaning they're perpendicular to the building, is that the pedestrian and the person in the automobile can easily see them because of the way they're placed. You don't have to look at the side of the building, turn your head to read something. It's right there in front of you. So these are just examples. The Rusty Rail in Mifflinburg on the left. This in the center is the Best Western Hotel in Philadelphia's historic district, and then Irving's over in State College. And that's in keeping with a lot of what we have in town already. And of course, these kinds of signs have a lot of character with all of the three-dimensional things that you can portray with these. And they are quite interesting. Historic district signs. What we realized is that a lot of people may not know that a brown background on a street sign means that you're in a historic district, because we don't name it right now. Some places will say historic district and talk more about it, but we felt that this was an opportunity, and in particular that a lot of people claim they don't know that they're in the historic district, and then they go do something to their house, and then they wonder why they're asked to come before HARB. So we thought, well, let's identify it more than what we're doing today. So these are just some examples of what we might do. What we may be able to do as well is just take the existing signs that were put in just recently and add a plaque to that fixture, and just that would be, say, in a later phase. But we feel that we can identify the historic district much better than we do today. This shows what Philadelphia does. The colors kind of lead you through that area, and so you again, look for those things, and it gives you good directions as to where the various landmarks are. And this is what a signage system would look like when we're done. There would be different configurations, but it would have a family look. And this is something done from APCO in Atlanta. I had worked with them a number of years ago on a wayfinding program for Hollins University. And they supply these types of things. We've been looking at manufacturers. Before we even got started on this, Erica was concerned that we do something realistic and make sure that we could accommodate whatever fixtures we were interested in before we got into laying out the graphics. So, but this just shows a signage system, and that's a typical layout. And here's some more. The ones at the top are probably things that would look appropriate for our town. What we have with our new lighting, our new traffic lights, are fluted powder coated designs. And some of the things we have on lampposts are painted surfaces, but they're all black. So we were kind of looking for those kinds of fixtures that would embellish and build on what we already have. And this just shows what I'm talking about. The recently installed traffic lights and our lampposts are black powder coated with fluted detailing, and these are available from several manufacturers. So for our new signage system, our goal is to locate suppliers who offer similar aesthetics. And the new signage fixtures would also be in visual harmony with what's already installed, and it will build on it. Graphic standards. Establishing graphic standards for the borough's signage and identity will simplify future updates. These graphic standards should include printed materials such as the letterhead, envelopes, and such. Bellefonte managed signage, Bellefonte.net website headers only. I understand that the website was recently redone. We're just saying that the landing page or the header might include the new logo and just be incorporated into the website that way. And the graphic standards for public signage should also include design guidelines. This will be part of phase 5, and that will be done by HRG. Their group will be handling phase 5, which will be a manual that will help with HARB guidelines for the community. And this will help promote good yet sympathetic design for a business in historic districts, and will give new business owners needed guidance prior to meeting with HARB. So how can these opportunities be realized? I'm sure you're aware of the fact that we applied for in 2018 in conjunction with the borough. Thanks to you all, we applied for a Keystone Communities Planning Grant, and we received notification of award in June of 2019. Created an RFQ for phases 1 through 5, and we decided to go with 2 different firms, phases 1 through 4 being done by Erica and her group, and then phase 5 will be done by HRG, and that will be the guidelines manual including ordinance updates. And that will begin once we're through with phases 1 through 4. So we've worked together with our design firm to develop a logo and signage system. This is preliminary in terms of the fact that colors are not nailed down. And we've also chosen one design direction that we felt had the best options, and Erica will explain why. And that's what we're showing you today. So Erica, you want to take over?
Sure. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay.
Okay. First and foremost, thank you very much for taking your time, out of your daily lives here to this evening to review the presentation with us.
Hey, Erica, it's Gina.
Yeah.
Hey, Nancy has to stop sharing her screen first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
It's all right.
Stop share.
It's just
Thank
not
you.
not our first rodeo.
I always need coaching.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
So as you know, our goals first were to create an identity for Bellefonte that's recognizable and timeless, not trendy. That was certainly one of the things that we really were narrowly focused on, because we want this to be something that can be around in Bellefonte for decades. The goal was to create a visual identity for Bellefonte. So, it's not necessarily just a matter of creating a system that looks cohesive, but also really founding that system on a brand or an identity. Secondly, a goal was to develop an intuitive and easy to navigate wayfinding system. Easy wayfinding systems offer a better experience for your visitors. And then as well, to identify Bellefonte's historic district with visual distinction. As Nancy mentioned, many residents aren't really quite sure where the historic district stops and starts. Our first task was to source vendors. Again, to make sure that we were going to be designing within any constraints or any kind of existing formats that a preferred vendor might have already in place, and to present our artwork and our design concepts within those parameters. We did locate a vendor who offers components that blend with Bellefonte's existing signage, and you'll see a lot of these mock-ups are done within these different aspects of the hardware that are provided through this vendor. The hardware and the signage match Bellefonte's existing light poles and some of your newer signage as well. And additionally, we found that the style of the structures are also quite complementary to Bellefonte's existing architecture and the kind of wide variety of styles, but that kind of charm that really embodies the town. Our second primary task was to create an identity for Bellefonte. We were supplied different research systems and examples that were liked by the design committee, and we took our own initiative to do additional research as well as it related to both systems, signage, and just different influences. We were also in touch with some residents as we toured the town back in, I believe it was January. We went all through town, met with a few of your residents and some of the design committee, and it was a real nice way for us to get a feel for, what Bellefonte's all about. We created a variety of logo concepts that were intended to be distinct and lasting, with elements or aspects that offer methods of systematic expansion, and you'll see some of that systematic transition on the following pages. With the development of various logos, we narrowed the design concepts in-house with the design committee, and then the final logo was selected by the design committee and refinements took place. We worked through various signage layouts to define the most effective readability options, created plaques to define the borders of the historic district, and projected mock-ups of street, wayfinding signs and welcome signs, as well as borough vehicles. So if you follow me here through to these next pages, these are some influential elements from architecture that really helped us to develop some of the logo concepts, and more specifically, the one that was selected by the design committee. This is the Miles Humes Historic Library House, and you can see in the stylistic details of the window, the shapes are going to be reflected in the design logo identity concept that was chosen. Again, here, the Brockerhoff home and the church window are also nice examples of the stylistic influence that drove us to the selected logo choice. So we present to you here the new identity for Bellefonte. This mark is the result of various rounds of creative development, presentations, both in-house and with the design committee, along with refinement. Deliberate decisions and refinements were made in regard to typography. We selected a classic traditional font. We paired it with custom glyphs that were added. If you look at the F, that little curl on the F in Bellefonte was added as an embellishment to create a little additional character. And we joined the base of the two L's, as well as joining the T and the E. You know, this kind of a customization is really nice in the sense that you essentially not only own the graphic in the logo mark, but you also essentially own this typographic mark as well. So it's a nice additional element. Natural relationships on the between the letters lend themselves to these custom opportunities and a more unified word mark, essentially. So, you know, sometimes these nuances just add that little bit of character that, you know, takes the logo and the identity to the next level. Additionally, as you may notice, historic has been tracked out. Tracking is the space between the letters, and that was a method to create a nice foundation underneath the graphic mark, but as well to maintain a certain spatial relationship amongst all of the elements. Logo concept 1 is an architectural motif depicting a metal grate on one of the buildings in the Bellefonte Borough. So this was something that we found during our tour. The rich history behind Bellefonte's architecture is represented through this charming architectural graphic. Hidden in the overlapping curves are 2 B's and an H. So if you look at the motif at the top, you can see historic Bellefonte here in the motif. And we've not explored color yet. We wanted to really solidify the mark and the hierarchy of the elements first. But you can see just the subtle tonal changes in the graphic allow for that pop and that kind of secondary discovery of the H and the B, and the B's actually, there are 2 B's. And at the lower portion of this page, you can see the subtle transition of the mark as it was initially selected by the design committee here on the bottom left. And some refinement was made before when they narrowed the selection down to a few logos. One of the suggestions was to add a 3-dimensional feel to it. So we added this framing. And then when this logo was of the top 2 preferred logos, we went ahead and really refined it, created more simplicity by getting rid of the frame and added more distinction within the center of the motif. Next up, we have the street signs, and as well the historic plaque markers. As you can see, the logo lends itself to more than one option for the distinction of the historic district as it relates to street signage. So this would be the projection of, again, it is all grayscale or black and white, the projection of the street sign As you would see it in the historic district now, the street signs are brown with the white text reversed on top. And over here on the left, you see the logo utilized as a marker to create distinction as someone enters into the borders of the historic district. And down at the bottom, these are just variations. I present these variations here too on this next page along the left. And if you look along the right here, this example plaque is shown at 50% scale. So it's actually a 9 by 9 inch plaque. It's a pretty significant sized visual. And it certainly will be a nice way to identify the historic district borders. For some of the newly installed street signs in the historic district, the plaque will need to be reinforced at the top of the sign. Due to the way in which the current brown signs are constructed. They have a bit of like an intersection, is the best way to describe it. They don't run in a way that we have this opportunity for a side plaque, but they do offer a location at the top, which many, is a kind of a common application as well to have that kind of historic identification at the tip top of the sign structure. So it may be a little bit of a modification, but it should be a pretty simple modification to have that relocated to the top. Next up, we have wayfinding signage. A few decisions were made during the development in communication with the design committee as it relates to the wayfinding signage. First, the decision was made that it was most ideal to run text left and place arrows to the right of text, essentially because the eye reads top to bottom, left to right, and it's more intuitive to first identify your location before trying to interpret how to get to that location. And two, it was decided that having a vertical break between destinations, so essentially having a location, an arrow, and then a distinct break between that location and arrow and the next location and arrow really was something that was helpful to the layout. So these breaks we found also really helped to increase the readability. This page projects 3 variations on those vertical breaks that I just described. The first is a left to right stroke, fading the stroke weight from left to right. The second is a centered stroke that fades out on the left and right sides. And the third is a tonal block break that unify the elements on each line while separating the elements vertically. These are really essentially options right now. So we'd be more than interested to hear if anyone has a preference, from 1 to 3. Up next, we're showing here the parking lot signage. As Nancy mentioned, you guys have these really cool and new charging stations. So an icon was developed to represent that, as well as a systematic design so that regardless of what parking lot you're outside of looking at signage for, there's again that systematic recognition that allow your residents and your visitors to really just have confidence in following the system.
And we wanted, can I jump in?
Sure.
We also wanted to rename the parking lots. So the bank lot would be north, the CVS lot would be west, and the south lot would be the waffle shop location. And that way it gives you directional information as well as not trying to remember, is it A, B, or C or whatever. Mm-hmm. We felt that was a little more descriptive. So that's what we thought might be a better communicator.
this page shows the parking lot signs as that in that system, showing that the variation there is in that most prominent element identifying parking and the lot. These signs would be as projected 24 by 36 inches. So, you know, they would be a pretty significant size. And next up, we are sharing with you a projection of the borough trash vehicles. We used a photo of Bellefonte's existing trash trucks to create this mock-up as a one color identified branding solution. And simply here, you know, this is just a projection of showing the wide use of the logo, even as a one color and very simplified mark. There's still a strong recognizability and an identity that, again, you know, embodies this kind of complete brand system. And our final element within the wayfinding or the total wayfinding project system are concepts for the welcome signs. These are suggested sign structures depending on the entry point. We're showing a pole type in sign A here at the top left. This type is suggested for the Axemen and Milesburg entrance. And sign examples B through I that you'll see on this page and on the following pages. These are stone base options. The plan here is to create some stone structures with limestone for the bases. And the limestone was really something that was chosen based on it being a commonly used material in Bellefonte. And again, trying to relate to and, you know, in a sense, nod to some of the beautiful architecture throughout town. This next page shows the big spring entrance. All of these sign option suggestions do include the stone base, I guess all of the logos along the left hand, or all of this, excuse me, all of the signs on the left hand side would utilize existing hardware, but we've created some concepts here on the right in which we would need to have some of that custom ironwork done. You can see at the bottom, some of the curves there are reflective to the logo mark. And it really, again, all of these little nuances become, you know, nice aspects and beautiful descriptive parts of the system. Up next is the armory entrance. We're showing options here for that entrance. And because this sign has such a prominent location in its environment, it can really make an impact here as people come and leave town. Again, these are some of the suggested, you know, architectural means of constructing these signs. We're certainly open to your feedback and suggestions as far as things that you may be more or less attracted to as it relates to some of these options. And lastly, we have the Milesburg and Axemen entrances. As Nancy brought up earlier, these are entrances in which there's really no identification now. So this would be, you know, these would essentially be suggested additions. Again, just because these are, you know, really entry points in and out of town, and it's just a way to kind of start the introduction of the system that will be put into play as people really start to get into town further. So in conclusion, the Bellefonte Design Committee recommends proceeding with logo concept number 1 as presented today. This recommendation comes after hours of research, visits to Bellefonte, and feedback from its residents. and various rounds of design iterations. Logo 1 uses an architectural motif that offers opportunities for systematic expansion. The simplicity of the graphic element lends itself to other systematic properties, such as variations in color, to represent the various areas of Bellefonte. The mark is distinct, unique, and based on a story that originates in Bellefonte. The logo is not trendy, it is timeless, and the mark will remain a recognizable and lasting representation of Bellefonte for decades to come. So, as far as our next steps go, color is absolutely something that we would be getting into next. We did add a trademark to the logo mark actually between this last presentation and this one, in order to immediately provide some ownership as this logo is now being used and shown to people. Because you really, as you begin to utilize this mark, you absolutely take and maintain ownership of it. The other next task that we have in place, we're going to be working with Nancy and others to essentially take locations where signs will be located in town and the areas in which those signs will designate. All of that information is going to be decided upon and provided to us so that we can begin to create real mock-ups that will become artwork and will be ready for production when it's time for the production and installation aspect of this project.
No.
Hi, it's Nancy. My power went out.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. And I don't have an internet connection.
Oh no. Well, you're
Okay.
smart. You called. Well, we just wrapped up.
I'm listening.
So we just wrapped up, Nancy.
Okay. All right.
So,
Well, I guess
open it up for
are there?
questions.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's open for questions.
Could we go back to where we were looking at the entrance signs to the 5 entrance signs that you have?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know. One more. One more.
Okay. Nope. This was the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one. The next one where they're in the park.
This one?
Yeah. Well, either one of these. My only comment is relative to being a logo. I can see Bellefonte. Everything else is, I see something on that sign, but I see Bellefonte.
Mm-hmm.
So from a logo perspective, the only thing that I'm seeing there's a white sign with the word Bellefonte on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing, you're investing effort in the mark, the metal work mark, and you're also including the words historic and established, but I'm not seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing Bellefonte and then something else on that sign.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as a trademark logo. You've got stuff there that I'm not processing. I'm just seeing the big Bellefonte.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So when it comes to the welcome signs, we're really at this point looking more at them from a structural standpoint. As far as the welcome signs go, we need to actually get into a complete layout as far as that goes, because we need to include either welcome to in the beginning or welcomes you perhaps at the end. And typically when it comes to an application like this, the relationship amongst the elements is often modified to increase the readability. So for example, the logo lockup as is may be modified in this particular application in order to make sure that all of the elements are not only readable, but readable at a distance, as well as readable in a quick, period of time, because many people may actually be driving by. So we actually had some questions about the welcome signs in this last round, kind of relative to that. So please know that as far as the actual graphic design goes, in relation to the welcome signs, that really hasn't been completely worked through yet. So that's actually a really great point to bring up, as we did discuss it as well at the last presentation.
Right.
Okay.
And yeah, and it's typical when you go to something like on a letterhead, that's a different proportion than what you would have on a welcome sign. And then of course you can play with the weight of the text, and you can play with the contrast of the color that you say on historic.
Mm-hmm.
And, typical, what we will do is we'll have to make something full scale and, put it in place, take pictures, see if it's right, and then get opinions and see what we all think. And so that's just part of the process. But we agree, and what we did here is we came up with the mark, we dropped it in different places. The tweaking is later, and certainly we need to do that.
Okay. Now, Nancy, you sort of went a little more arts and crafts with the logo, but everything else seems to be more colonial. I guess I was hoping you would go a little bit more on the arts and crafts, more modern, and to basically reflect that comment that you started off with. We go back to 1795 and we include all of these versions.
When you really look at the examples that we showed, and actually those same characteristics that we found in the Great were repeated on, a lot of, and there's some on the Hastings Mansion. And when you look around, and there were some houses on Allegheny Street, and I keep noticing that same detail. It's abstract, and the beauty of having it be abstract, we looked at a lot of things that had, cupolas. We had one that had the Brockerhoff hotel roof. That was one of the things, and we eliminated those just because we felt that this approach was more timeless and more abstract, and that way we could build on it, and it would be something that each person would have a different interpretation. But then when they start to look around town, they'll see some of these same forms repeated. Okay. And so it ties us with our architecture, and it's also, I think, can have a lot of very contemporary feel to it as well, because it's very simple. It's very simple and it's elegant.
I like it from that standpoint, Nancy. And I mean, personally, I like the symbol a lot more than seeing historic Bellefonte everywhere. If I could use the symbol on a lot of your signage, it would be great to simplify it. Yeah. Sorry, Joanne, for interrupting you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, one of the comments that we had was that with this logo, this mark, that we could use it as a selling point, making jewelry pins, using it for beyond just what the signage and the weight and the letterhead and all this. It because it's timeless, because you can make it small, you can make it large, it helps. We did look at other different kinds of fonts for the historic Bellefonte, and we felt that this was the most simplistic, while not causing a problems with the signage, because there was another one that had a bigger, fancier F, and when you did that, the mark kind of disappeared when you tried to put it on a wayfinding sign. So this was to try to simplify it enough that without losing the character of timeliness.
Yeah, in any one of these designs, you always want to have a dominant, subdominant, and a subordinate element. And so the main thing when you're driving by is that you need to make sure that people know you're in Bellefonte. So that's the first thing. But then the motif or the grate becomes the secondary element, and then historic and established 1795 become the subordinate elements. And so, but you always need to catch somebody's attention. And so, again, you know, we're going to be playing with variations on a theme and, you know, doing things as a full-size mock-up just to make sure that our proportions are right, our spacing's right, contrast is right, and all of that. But we just felt like this had so much latitude and things we could build on. You know, it just had, we kept going back to that, even though we had, you know, things having to do with architecture. Way at the beginning, we even looked at the fountain at the big spring, but because the fact that when you drive by, you really can't see it. And so we felt like it would be a hard sell for people to understand this is symbolizing town, but yet they can't see it because it's behind the fence. It's not well, you know, you can't see it. We couldn't use anything having to do with the courthouse. We had a nice concept for the courthouse using that view with the Andrew Curtin statue, but, you know, the county uses that. So we needed to stay away from that. And we just felt like using a particular building was probably not a good idea. And so this gave us something abstract but yet relatable to our architecture.
Nancy and Erica, this is Tom Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Tom.
Yeah, I think everything is just fantastic. I really like the logo. I like all the concepts. You guys did a terrific job. I really don't think you need to defend anything. It looks great. It's your wheelhouse. You know best. Go for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, we love you, Tom. How's that?
Well, hey, yeah, it's a mutual admiration society, but I'm being very sincere. I think this is terrific.
Well,
very much.
Well, just wait till we get into finishes and colors and things like that. Yeah, it could be very, very exciting and a lot we can build on. So,
well, good job.
Good. Okay.
I want to concur with what the mayor said, Erica, Nancy. Thank you and the design committee. I'm very, very impressed with this. It was a nice presentation and very, very nice. Nice work.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I liked what I saw. I'm not going to go into that too much. The other thing I didn't see, like the directions to the parking lots that we have that you showed. Once people get to the parking lots, is there going to be mapping of downtown? So when they go to the kiosk or whatever, they'll be able to see what direction, like where they are and what direction they can
Yeah. We were thinking originally that the best place to put a kiosk with a map would be down in Talleyrand Park, and I think Joanne had pointed out a spot for that kind of near a little triangle that's right by the brick patio near the train station. The other place would be up by the bus stop by the Y, because then you hit all the people that would be at the Diamond. I don't know if there's other prominent places where we might put a map, but what we'd want to do is make sure that the map, especially if it's going to highlight any businesses, that we have something that, you know, can easily be changed out, or, you know, things. We've had suggestions about, should we be calling out museums? I don't know. I mean, that's something we need to look at and get into. But again, color is not part of this. We just wanted to get agreement on this direction, and because color is its own animal and a lot of people react to color, and we didn't want to weight this with, you know, people reacting to color at this point in time.
I think you're doing a great job.
I do too.
Okay, well,
I absolutely agree with that.
Very classy looking.
Yes.
It's unique.
well, we want to go for the long term and be as elegant and timeless as possible. I mean, because I looked at this and I thought, you know, we could do a whole lot of things. However, this is permanent signage. It's going to be a big investment. And we want this to look nice, you know, 20, 30 years from now when I'll be pushing up daisies, but, you know, the rest of the town may be have a different opinion at some point in time. But, you know, we need to make sure that we have something that's timeless.
And that your design there could segue into so many different things. You could winterize it. It could become a snowflake. It could become a flower. It could become a fish.
Yes.
It's just so exciting.
Yeah, I
Good.
mean, the means of systematically being able to even, you know, kind of brand events, like you said, with something behind there that's reflective, you know, and even in the way that we colorize it, it can be very distinct in identifying different areas of Bellefonte, for example. I could see with some green and red, it being Christmas in Bellefonte, you know, so there's a lot of expansion that this logo lends itself to.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of, you know, the internet and the social media and all the other platforms where we can make all of those changes and do that sort of thing. But at least we have a base to build from here.
I will be right back, and then we can start the regular meeting.
Will the presentation
Okay.
be shared at all, or
Before you go, Nancy, this is Doug Johnson, council member. I have a comment or a question. One, it looks great. Everything is wonderful. The Borough Authority does have some plans for redeveloping the Big Spring area. So before you make any really final decisions on sign placement, we have some other things at work that you need to be kept aware of.
Okay.
What do you think, Ralph?
Okay, so are you thinking that the sign location wouldn't be where it is now?
Well, that is, Ralph, help me out here. I don't want to go too far into the weed.
I think the sign location will be the same, but the parking lot may be expanded or redesigned. We're going to,
okay.
you know, create some pathways around the big spring and make it a showcase.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, obviously, it's based on funding, and we have a lot of work to do in that area. But
well, I think we just tackle, you know, the main things, and we do it in stages as we can afford it. You know, you can't do everything all at once, and it would be a huge load for the borough, you know, because they're going to be installing these. One of the we do have two vendors that have similar structures, so we do have two people that might be in the running. I did look at some signs that were over in State College, and I looked up the company, and they're in Indianapolis. I wasn't real pleased with the quality that I saw over in State College. It looked like they were not holding up in the weather, so we wouldn't want to do that. But there may be, you know, other people out there, but we want something that's going to be in character with what we already have.
The other question I have, Nancy, is the signage at 550 and Interstate 99. Remember, we're getting a brand new high-speed interchange from Interstate 99.
Oh,
and that's
okay.
in the next 5 years. So we're expecting most of our tourist folks, visitors, to probably access Bellefonte from 550. Your thought, Ralph?
Yes, I agree with you.
You might want to keep that in mind when you're thinking about the signs and you're using.
Okay, well, I didn't even think of that. Thank you.
Or the other question I had is, coming from Milesburg into Bellefonte, why why not have a stone sign there along with the other instead of the metal? Is it lack of space or?
Yes.
Yeah, well, where it is now is off of it's where there's a whole series of like the Rotary, the Kiwanis, you know, all the different signs are kind of lined up there. And it's off of there's like a little area where you can pull off to the side. All these signs are lined up there and they're on the other side of the guardrail. So, and then there's a cliff. So I'm not sure what we can do there, you know, unless we want to move it to a different location, either, you know, further into town or something like that. I mean, we'd have to discuss that.
Thank you. Looks great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Erica and Nancy.
Yes, thank you,
all right,
ladies.
I'm gonna hang on the call and listen to the meeting. So I still don't have my internet back, so I don't know what's wrong.
Well, thank you everyone for
Thank
your
you,
time.
Erica.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so it's 7:33. So CNET, if you haven't already started recording, please do so now. The Bellefonte Borough Council meeting of June 15th, 2020 will come to order. We will do a pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence. Ralph has the flag.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag
Of the
of
United
the United States
of America
and
to the republic for which it stands,
One
one
nation,
nation, under God,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Prendergast,
Present.
Thompson.
Here.
Ms. Tosti Vasey,
I'm here.
Ms. Walker,
I'm here.
Mr. Brackville,
Here.
Ms. Cleaton,
Here.
Mr. Eaton,
here.
Ms. Homboski,
Here.
Mr. Johnson,
Present.
Mayor Wilson.
Absent.
Mayor Wilson was there a minute ago.
Still got a video feed.
I see his name there.
He must have stepped away.
Yeah, so we'll continue.
Okay. If you'll notice at the top of your agenda, there's a notice saying suggested that any motions we vote on this evening be taken by roll call. This was taken from a webinar that Ralph and I attended last week when they said, because sometimes, as you can see here on our screen right now, some people have video and some people don't. And it makes it safer and under the sunshine law to know that everyone on council has participated if we do it by roll call. So that was why we're recommending that any votes this evening do it by a roll call. Not that you, because sometimes we can tell someone speaking, if they're softly speaking, we can't tell, particularly if there's no video to show that they're speaking up. So just wanted to explain why we're doing that. Okay, approval of minutes. I need a motion and a second.
So moved, Brackville.
I'll second it, Cleaton.
Any changes? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, wait a minute. I guess we can skip that one as a
All right.
roll call.
All right. Well, how about we could assume that if we hear no nays, everyone voted. I guess.
Well, that wasn't what they said, is that some people just remain quiet. So that was why they were saying a roll call.
You're correct. So, okay, we'll let that one go.
Okay. Consent agenda. I need a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I'll make that motion, Eaton.
And I'll second it. Prendergast.
Discussion. Roll call, Ralph.
All righty. Mr. Prendergast,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Brackville,
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton,
Aye.
Mr. Eaton,
Aye.
Ms. Umbowski,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Written communications.
First one is a letter from Herbie's Hometown Loop organizers. They're canceling their annual walk run race. They've done it for many years. Of course, due to COVID-19 concerns. So they're just letting us know through this letter. The next item is a letter requesting the 2020 croquet tournament held or conducted by the chamber. They originally put in for July 12th. They would like to move and reserve the day of August 23rd for Talleyrand Park.
Thought it was August 24th.
It says 23rd in the letter.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've jotted down
It's-
the 23rd.
Okay.
It's whatever the day is.
The
So-
letter says August 23rd.
Okay. Can I have a motion to allow them to move the event to August 23rd?
Johnson makes the motion to move it to August, from July 12th to August 23rd of 2020.
Johnson and
I'll second it. Prendergast.
Prendergast. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none? Ralph?
Oh, I'm sorry. Not used to this. Mr. Prendergast,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Brackville,
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton,
Aye.
Mr. Eaton,
Aye.
Ms. Umbowski,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Okay, on to the next one. The next item is just a note. It was in relation to, of course, all the events in Talleyrand Park were canceled, except for some concerts and movies, and just a concerned citizen voicing noise level concerns in general, just to be cognizant of noise levels. It's there for your review and consideration.
Any comments on that letter?
No.
Okay. And moving on.
Okay, the next one is the pop-up drive-in proposal. There's a written proposal in the packets, and I know that the Building and Property Committee met with some of the interested organizers out at the Armory property between the last meeting and this meeting. I can call Kevin. I have his number if needed. But
And do you want to talk about it?
Okay. This event would take place at the Armory on Friday, June 26th, Saturday, June 27th. Kevin Lloyd from Big Spirits is kind of the brain behind this, primary sponsor. It's to benefit the YMCA, is that correct?
yeah, we have
Yeah.
Mr. Thompson from the Y is on with us.
And we're going to ask that they provide volunteers to work this. There will be a 40-foot screen, which will face west, and the cars, of course, will be facing that on the grassy side. It's hard to explain, but the grassy side to the west of the Armory.
So it's between the Armory and Weiss Markets.
Yes.
Old
Yeah.
Weiss Markets.
Yeah. It is a family-friendly event. There will be no alcohol. There will be food trucks. The film would be selected from the Sony portfolio. It would be family-friendly. Tickets will be sold in advance through Big Spring. It'll be $20 per car. Let me see. And let me see. There's a rather sophisticated parking plan where they can come in the one direction, they can come in the other direction, but when they leave, they can't turn left. We're going to be working on chalking, I guess you would say, spaces with distance between vehicles, about 150 It says currently showing about 100 spaces, ideally between 150 and 200. And we may have to expand into adjacent Weiss property, and we're waiting for permission on that. Masks will be required if anyone needs to leave their vehicle. And let me see, there will be outhouses, porta potties, whatever provided. Again, parking assistance would be volunteers. I think, did I hit everything there? The rental is going to be about $650, it said.
The one thing you missed was that Big Spring is going to be contacting our chief of police to have him ask the fire police to provide traffic control. If they can't, then there's going to be some cost incurred because because of the extra cost for our police force to use it. We don't have police. Fire police doesn't cost anything. If we have to rely on our borough police, it would.
About all tickets are pre-sold through Big Spring Spirits. Did you mention that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they'll have an online store.
And the food trucks, we're hoping for between 5 and 10 food trucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was mentioned, I guess. And just as important, 10% of the sales will be donated to the event, right?
Right. Oh, and the idea was also presented that this would be an event to recognize Bellefonte Area High School seniors.
Great.
So they will be acknowledged at some point in the evening.
And I would add just one more item, even though the proposal doesn't say this. If this is successful, they plan to do it again probably in late July, maybe late August. So maybe three or four times throughout the summer.
I need a motion to approve the pop-up drive-in as presented by Big Spring Spirits to benefit the Bellefonte Y on Friday and Saturday, June 26th and 27th, with the condition that the fire police be used for traffic control.
I'll make that motion, Brackville.
I'll second it. Walker.
Our standard policy is to ask, the organizers to provide a certificate of insurance, listing the borough as an additional insured. It's standard business, but if you have any questions, Sean, let me know, or we can talk to Kevin about that.
I have a discussion.
Yes, that's where I was headed.
Okay, sorry, Joanne. I guess my only question is, how are we going to handle rain date, or we'll be parking cars on an open lawn. Is somebody from the borough going to go out and say, okay, we think the soil's dry enough and everything that we can handle parked cars? I
think we're going to be involved. I do plan Sunday evening as a rain date if Friday night or Saturday night is a washout. But, if it's a total rainy weekend, it would certainly interfere with everything. But I think, we'll obviously pay attention to how wet the ground is, or if people are going to be getting stuck or having ruts in the grass out there.
Yeah, that would be my only concern, what was it, a few years ago at the Arts Festival, we had some people getting stuck down in the Talleyrand Park with the displays.
My question is, did you consider any other site? And the reason I ask that is a borough resident proposed maybe the Undine property off of Blanchard Street. So as an alternative, I like the Armory property, but during rainy weather conditions, it might suit a little better. And has anybody spoken to the residents out there? And do any of them have objections?
I know we have not. The borough has not. A lot of us remember when the Logan Carnival was up there. There has been commercial activity. You know, it is a property is zoned highway commercial. I think this is a trial run, to be honest with you. It is their #1 site. They did look at it. Maybe they talked kind of briefly about maybe the waterfront property that doesn't belong to us. But this Armory site, you know, is their #1 site. So, of course, the Building and Property Committee met with them and agreed. You know, it has some interesting features, as you know, good entrance off the highway. It's visible. They talked about maybe adding fireworks at some point. You know, it would be a good location for everybody to see fireworks if that was nearby. So there's a lot of thought that kind of went into it. But it's kind of a trial run. If it doesn't work and it's cumbersome, you know, maybe they'll look for another site.
I think also, you know, all the sound is going to be coming through cars' radio, so it's not like there should be the movie blaring through the residence area.
Right.
Yes, that's a good point.
Really good point.
And there was another issue that was brought up during the committee, is that with the sound going through the car radios, the most of anyone who tries to walk in without paying and therefore providing funds for the Y are not going to hear a whole lot.
Unless they bring in an FM radio.
Yeah, and know where to find the link.
I think in the ads, they're going to be advertising that there are no walk-ins.
Yeah.
Right.
I think this is a great way to use a property that we do not utilize at all, that is basically sitting there vacant. And the more eyes that get to see it, I think it could only be beneficial for its ultimate sale.
That was one of the things that I thought too, Melissa. Be a nice way to introduce people to the Armory who may not be familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for that, there is an Ollie tour in July, being done by Matt Mattis for the Ollie program. And so we're actually going to meet there on Wednesday just to go through the buildings, and so he can get a just for that tour. So, and I think there are already people who have been through there and are going through there this week. So,
Any other discussion?
To think.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, take roll call, please.
All righty, 1 second here. Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti-Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackville?
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
Aye.
Ms. Homboski?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Okay. There's one more item on written communications. It was left off the agenda accidentally, and it's a request for outdoor dining on Friday, June 26th, presented by the Breidenballs, who own the Bellefonte Bed and Breakfast. Are they on right now? Yeah, Phil and. Okay.
Yep, we're on.
Do you want to quickly go over your idea and then we can do a motion?
Yeah, sure. This is really kind of cropped up from some dialogue that we had earlier in the week around how we might do some outdoor dining. So, or at least create some space for that. So we did some walk downs, and our proposal is to use in front of the courthouse, the grass space there, and then a couple spots in front of the memorial to place some tables on that Friday evening. And we're looking at probably 10 or so, not a huge amount, like 10 or so. And then
hold on a sec. Ralph, if you let me share our screen, I can show the map.
Let me double check. I thought that was, I have multiple screens open, multiple participants.
So let me see, share screen, find it. Okay, got it. This is where he's talking about.
There you go.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
So that's kind of a rough where we're looking to put them. We're going to have to move them around, but we walked it again down tonight just to kind of see. Well, for a couple of things we have to do is we have to go look at the tables. Don and I are going to go to the armory. You're still up for that, Don, tomorrow morning, just so I can kind of take a look at that and see how they might be useful. And I also have some smaller tables that the Watermark Church was willing to donate to put in the front because you couldn't really put big tables out front there. And the plan was to put them out around 5 o'clock on Friday night, the 26th, and then take them down before the end of the evening. And I guess the other thing I was looking at the waterfront too, to put them down along the waterfront. There's a few places we figured we could put maybe 3 along those alcoves, so it still created space to walk. But the one other option that I thought about when we walked it down the other night, and I don't really know how that land's divided up. It might be better if we put tables just on the other side of the fence up on the grass area. I do not know if the borough, how far the borough owns into that, or is the sold property that for that new hotel where that comes right up to the fence or not.
It's pretty close to the fence. There's a right of way for construction, or if we needed to maintain the fence.
Okay.
It's pretty much up to the fence.
All right. Well, then I'd probably opt for either not putting anything up there or put maybe 3 tables up along those alcoves. That's about all I think you could do down there. So that's the proposal.
Ralph?
Yes.
Man, is it possible to use that property? I mean, we have insurance on it, right?
Well, it's for the people walking on the property. I'd want to clarify with the owners.
Okay.
This is a little bit above and beyond. I mean, if tables and chairs, it's possible to answer your question, Randy.
Okay, because we still would have to get permission from the county as well, wouldn't we?
Yes. Yes. I mean, obviously, if you approve this, it would be contingent upon getting approvals where necessary.
As far as approval process, just to highlight that, I did talk to the court, and the court administrator through the president judge did approve it up at the courthouse, but Margaret Gray, I guess, from the county administrator has not finalized her approval. She is talking to the commissioners about it. I don't know if that's the county approval you're referring to, but she does have it in her hands to ask them if they would be agreeable.
No. So you're going to put up, are you going to be serving meals or?
No, no.
Just to give some, can I jump in here just to give a little context? This is, Phil and Kathy have been working with DBI on Friday in the Font planning. So for just a reminder, you guys all, Friday in the Font is a retail event, an event that DBI does on the last Friday of every month to sort of highlight and promote our downtown businesses, try and get people out to shop and to dine and to hang out downtown. So this is in conjunction with conversations we've been having about what does recovery look like in Bellefonte post-COVID. And the idea is just to get people downtown and to have more options for dining for people that may not be comfortable with going into a restaurant. And also since restaurants have limited capacity anyway. So, and also we are hoping to continually grow our Friday in the Font event and having these options for some outdoor seating where people can get to go and come over and hang out at have a table to sit or to stand, then that'll help increase all the businesses. It'll help downtown businesses, help economic recovery. That's the goal here.
So
Sorry, let's have a motion before we continue the discussion. So I need a motion to approve outdoor dining on Friday, June 26th on the court, conditional on approvals for the courthouse lawn, and on either the waterfront parkway or on the waterfront development project area above the fencing, above the walkway. Tables would be set up at 4 p.m., taken down by 11 p.m. that evening.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Pendergast and Walker. Okay, continue.
I had two questions. One for the meals. Are we still practicing social distancing for the tables, and how will the trash be handled?
Well, will be our plan. Is we were going to put the tables so there was 6 feet between them, and we're looking at probable walkways. I mean, we can't prevent people from jumping over benches and stuff like that, but we were looking to try to set them up so it was reasonable that you could maintain distancing. There are trash cans, of course, by the courthouse, so I don't see a need to add anything at the courthouse. Down at the waterfront, there's limited trash cans, but our intention is if we could put tables up on the grass area, we could attach trash bags. They could be removed that same day from the fencing. That was our plan for trash can. I guess the only other thing I'd add in relation to social distancing pieces, we would commit to going through once an hour to wipe down the tables, as a method to, at least try to limit some risk.
Sounds good. If this is successful, are you looking at doing it for other Fridays?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. This is a little bit of a, sort of a test case to see how it might be embraced. I mean, we'll look to promote it through the DBI, Friday the Font, and then if it looks like it's well received, then we may look at doing something, with this group's help on how we can maybe do something more permanently. I'm okay leaving stuff up over the weekend, but I can't commit to constant watching and wiping and stuff like that. So we're gonna have to be a little more comfortable with that, which I personally am. I don't think so, but I'd be willing to do it for one night just to help us get started with that sort of process. But if it works good, then perhaps we could do something more regular. But right now, I would call this sort of a test case to see if it's how much it's agreeable, and certainly it's weather dependent too.
Catching up here a little bit, who's putting out the tables and putting the tables away and doing all that stuff?
Yeah, we would do that.
Oh, okay.
And I mean,
Unless
likely, any volunteer is more than welcome to help. I likely will be helping Phil and Kathy do that as part of my job duties for DBI, but.
Yeah, I told Joanne that we would attempt to have them out by 5 and have them out of the areas by 11. So, 6, 7, 8, 9, we do a walkthrough and wipe them down if it was, if people were using them, sure. And then try to have them out by 11. So if nobody's using them, we'll probably pull them sooner, and tell you the truth. And we're going to have to probably store them at our house until we can get them back to the armory, if that's okay with you, Don.
Yeah, that'll work.
So with the wiping of the tables, I would suggest some type of a station area, kind of like at a gym. You just have a couple stations set up with sprays and paper towels, and people can wipe down as they go to the table.
Okay.
I feel more comfortable doing that than knowing that it's wiped down.
Okay. We hadn't really thought about that, to tell you the truth, but we could look at that. I don't know how many of them will walk away, but
Phil and Linda, Kathy, I think the idea of you doing it once an hour is a good idea, and then we don't have the the sanitizing stations yet. I'm not sure we will have them by the 26th.
Well, you don't need the actual station. I'm just suggesting that something be put where people could get it if they wanted to wipe the table down.
Yeah, I think that, I think doing both initially so that we're sure that they are, it helps reduce some of the liability issues. I'm very appreciative that you're willing to do the wiping.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Ralph?
Alrighty, Mr. Prendergast,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill,
Aye.
Ms. Clayton,
Aye.
Mr. Eaton,
Aye.
Ms. Homboski,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Doug, you're muted.
Oh. Mr. Johnson.
He's saying
Actually,
yes.
I think we lost a few people.
I
agree. My screen just here a little bit ago just went almost off. It looks completely different, and I can only see everybody on the side now.
That's because Tom is sharing his screen.
That's what's
yeah,
going
Tom is sharing his
Tom
screen.
Wilson.
Oh, should I stop that?
Well,
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
That's the first Zoom.
I chatted you.
You have something else to do tonight that we can go on with our meeting?
I've heard everything. I didn't think you needed to see me. That's all right.
Okay.
All right.
Any other written communications?
Yeah, there's a couple that came in either today or late Friday. Mr. Carey, who's here for a couple of things, for the letter that came in, Mr. Carey, who's on the call or on the meeting from 707 West Lamb Street, is interested in a street closure for a neighborhood party, 700 block of West Lamb Street, from the intersection of Brown Avenue West to the intersection of Hickory Lane for Saturday, September 5th, 2 to 10, rain date Sunday, September 6th, 2 to 10. They've done this in years past. They'll follow all the COVID-19 requirements. If something changes and it's red or whatever, they'll cancel the event. He usually stops down, picks up barriers and cones and plans to do that. And it'll be less than the maximum amount of people. So he's just looking for approval to do that.
I'll make the motion to approve the request.
I'll second that.
I assume this is conditional on meeting all the COVID-19 guidelines.
Yes.
And we will send those guidelines to him so that he knows what the outdoor.
I think it was stated.
He stated even if they change, he'll cancel if he has to. I mean, we could send him today's green, but they could, go to red.
That guidelines for outdoor events shows red, yellow, and green. So if you send him that single page, he's got them all.
Sure, we'll do that. You want me to read over the roll call?
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, go ahead.
Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill?
Aye.
Ms. Clayton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
Aye.
Ms. Homboski?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there is one more, and this is a memo that our council president put together in regard to some funding that was announced on Friday or thereabouts. A $15 million funding program through the state, coming through the county. The county is asking for a quick turnaround. They've already started some public hearings. They have, I think, 2 tomorrow. And then they have to send in the application on Wednesday for this funding. But Joanne, I assume you want to give an overview of this?
Yeah. On Friday, I received a phone call from Michael Pipe saying that this funding, it's from Act 24 from the state to provide a block grant funding to assist communities for not only for economic redevelopment and for the costs we're incurring because of the COVID-19 emergencies. Funds are available to 501c3s, to municipalities, to small businesses under 100 employees, if those businesses have not already received funds through the CARES program at the federal level. So they're trying to make sure that there are more people that get involved. As Ralph said, the county has to get this in by Wednesday. Mike said that they're trying to set this up so that each municipality gets some funding proportional to their population. He did some calculations and said based on that, Bellefonte could get up to approximately $70,000 of this $14 million. And what they need from us is a letter of interest and listing the kinds of things that we think we could use the monies for. This is both monies we've already expended and monies we expect or could likely expend by December 31st of this year. So some of the things that I talked about on that meeting this afternoon was some of the things we talked earlier, such as providing funds to residents who have lost their jobs or lost their insurance to help with their medical bills, with their utilities, those sorts of things. One of the suggestions by someone else is that maybe for the utility purposes, that money could be run through the authority and the people would apply to the authority to get the reimbursements. We also talked about the PPEs, which is one of the big important parts. So they could actually help fund us getting the sanitizing stations, not only in the parks, but possibly around town. They really thought that that was a great idea and use of the funds. Don suggested that we also possibly request funding for some of the purchase of the new wayfinding welcoming signs, those stone ones that you saw earlier in the work session, because there are falling apart. And this would help not only immediately, but it would also encourage more visitation to Bellefonte. And those kinds of things Mike Pipes seemed to think were reasonable costs. What I need from you all this evening is a motion to send a letter of interest to the commissioners by 4:30 tomorrow with our wish list. And then once we pass that motion, then brainstorm, tell what else you think would be a good idea.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second Thompson.
Okay. Eaton and Thompson. Discussion on the motion to send a letter of interest.
I would, well, Randy, you go first. I'll follow you.
All right, I'm quick. For the one for purchasing the PPE in bulk, can you include volunteer fire station company,
Yes.
police, EMS?
Yes.
Joanne, what I'd suggest is we have to make significant modifications to the entrance to the borough building. Basically also for handling deliveries. So I would say the door, the automatic door, the camera system, and the remods or the revisions to the lobby, and then also what we were doing in the inner office area. All of those modifications, I think, fall within this, you know, a COVID-19 cost.
And that's something I mentioned on the public hearing this afternoon. I didn't go into that much detail, but Mike at that point says that's exactly what they're looking for from municipalities.
Great.
So you have to have this in tomorrow?
Yes,
Yeah.
they, state sent the RFP out on the 11th and they want it back by the 17th. Like less than a week turnaround.
Yeah, I saw that. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Can I ask that we approve the motion to send the letter, and then at the end of the meeting reserve some time to spitball ideas so we don't hold up our guests?
Sounds like a good idea.
Excellent idea.
Is there any other discussion other than the brainstorming? Seeing none, Ralph, would you do a roll call again?
Sure. Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill?
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
Aye.
Ms. Umbowski?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on, and if we, when we get down to the new business, we could do the brainstorming. Any other written communications?
I believe that's all for now. There, we have one item under public comment that we'll go to Sharma, I believe is the next item.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna, Sharma Young is from Penn State, is with us. I have the PowerPoint, so I'm gonna bring up here.
Great. And thank you so much, Ralph, and thank
Sure.
you, council members. We appreciate you squeezing us in to your meeting. We'll be very brief, but once again, my name is Sharima Young, Director of Local Government and Community Relations at Penn State, and really helping the outreach effort for the Center County COVID-19 Data for Action project. So we have two of our lead researchers here on this project to talk to you a little bit about what the project is about, our timeline, and actually what information we're gathering here. So Matthew Ferrari and Meg Smalls are going to walk you through a small or short PowerPoint presentation. And if you have any questions about outreach, please contact me, but there will be some contact information for the team in general at the end of the presentation. And Ralph, you can bring that up, and Matt and Meg will let you know when to advance the slides.
You guys see it now?
No.
No.
Hang on a second. That's my worst nightmare. See here. Let's see here. Multiple. Let's see here.
Just hit the button Tom hit.
That's what I'm trying to. Oh, there, let's see here.
Call the cat back in, Mike.
Let me figure out it. I have it on screen share. Let me see here. Try this again here.
Yeah.
Matt, while he pulls that up, do you want to just do quick introductions for each of us?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll start, and then you can go, and then because you're gonna start the presentation anyway. So hi everyone, I'm Matt Ferrari. I'm a associate professor of biology here at Penn State University Park, and a member of the Center for Infectious Disease Dynamics. I'm an infectious disease biologist, which is part of the reason that I'm involved with helping to lead this study along with Meg.
Hi, everyone. I'm Meg Small. I'm on faculty in the College of Health and Human Development, and I'm working on this large community study as part of the Social Science Research Institute. I'm a biostatistician by training. I used to work for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention before coming to Penn State, and feeling really fortunate to be able to work on this important community program or study with colleagues in the Huck Institute and the Clinical Translational Science Institute. So thank you so much for giving up time on your agenda for us to share information about this study and answer any questions you might have. So the study is called Data for Action, the COVID-19 Center County Community Study. And Ralph, if you could advance the slide, please. Oh, great, thanks. So the purpose of this, why are we conducting this study? Well, the goal is to measure the health, economic, and social impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic across the county so that we can understand how it's playing out here locally. It's to get the highest quality sort of local contextualized data possible to help the county sort of react and adjust to what's happening here locally in the immediate future, but also to promote resiliency over the next months and years. I pulled the first part of the study is a survey that we're trying to, and we would love your help in promoting, get as many county residents, adults, taking the survey as possible. I just pulled to date a couple of the percentages you can see there under goals and purpose, just to give you a sense of the kinds of questions that we're asking. But again, we really want to understand how this pandemic is affecting residents' lives and livelihoods. Again, with the idea that we would be helping to promote community-wide resiliency. We're going to be summarizing the results. This first part of the study, again, this large county-wide survey is anonymous. It takes about 10 minutes, and we're going to be summarizing the data and providing them, you can see on the 3 bullets under action steps, to local leaders, promoting them on our website, and also sharing them with university leadership and administration. And I should say that this study is a collaborative effort between the county and the university. Ralph, could you hit the next slide, please? Great. So because the survey is anonymous, we can't offer what we typically do, which is a small honorarium for participating to individuals. But what we are doing is for every 100 responses we get, we're donating $100 to the Center County Food Pantry, up to $10,000. So we really want residents to understand how much we appreciate and value their time and willingness to take the survey, and to provide some direct support to an organization that serves members community-wide. So what I sort of described was this first part of the study, and after the next couple slides, I'll give you the nuts and bolts of it on how people can participate. But Matt's going to talk about the second part of the study, which will recruit about 2,000 members from the initial anonymous survey. And I'll let him talk about how that's going to happen.
Sure thing. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. So yeah. So after this initial survey, which is going on now, and again, the goal here is to cast as wide a net as possible across the whole of the county, and really and try and see how both the pandemic itself and all of the mitigation changes, the economic changes, et cetera, have impacted county residents, broadly speaking. Then what we want to do is we would like to then, over time, follow individuals to see what the short-term, medium-term, and maybe even long-term impacts of this pandemic may be throughout the county. And so what we're going to do is we're going to recruit a subset of individuals that respond to this community survey. And so at the end of the community survey, there's going to be an opportunity to press a button that will allow you to opt in to providing contact information to be contacted about potentially participating in some longer term study. And that participation will involve a variety of things, including testing for recent and past coronavirus infection, as well as pairing that with some more substantive socio-behavioral surveys to really get into the more specifics about the impact of this experience that we're all having on daily life, economic activity, and social interactions within the county, right? So we're trying to merge these two things and see both the biological as well as the economic, social, and cultural impact of the pandemic and its response across the county. Ralph, if you could advance one more slide. And so to really understand this, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be enrolling this smaller group of about 2,000 county residents, and then pairing that up with a similar group of about 2,000 returning students to the Penn State campus, and following them over the course of what we hope to be for the next several years, right? And what this more substantive second phase would offer the potential for repeated testing for coronavirus exposure to quantify the amount of active and then undetected transmission that we have in the county. And then also potentially to allow us to learn some things like the duration of the immune response in individuals that have been previously infected. And these are the kinds of important biological questions that scientists really want to know the answers to with respect to the viability of therapeutics or the viability of vaccines in the future, right? But again, what we're seeing is that this is not just a biological outbreak. This is not just an outbreak that has biological impact. It clearly has widespread social and cultural and economic impact. So we're going to, again, pair that biological sampling with more in-depth surveys that we can repeatedly come back to these individuals and see how the shadow of this pandemic is affecting their lives over time, and how that might play out depending on what the short-term or near-term future might hold. Whether we see an increase over time, whether we see an outbreak that is instigated by the return of students to Center County, or perhaps there's no subsequent epidemic, and we're looking at the long-term impacts of this initial disruption, right? So all of those possible scenarios might play out in different ways, and we think it's important to try and collect information about this experience and see how both and provide that information back up to county leaders so they can understand what's happening to their residents, and we can hopefully then make informed decisions about how to move forward. Do you want to move to the next slide and have Meg follow up?
Thanks, Matt. So this is the nuts and bolts of the study and how to participate. The survey will be open until June 30th. Residents, anyone who's 18 or older, currently living in Center County, is eligible to participate. There's an online mechanism that you can see at the datafораction.psu.edu URL, but we also have a toll-free telephone option as well for residents who would prefer to take the survey by phone. Again, it takes about 10 minutes to take this initial survey, and you can see the topics that are included on the survey. These are the kinds of things we'll be asking about. Again, we really would appreciate anything you all could do to help promote this. As Matt said, we want broad representation from across the county, and really feel like we would be able to provide you all with summaries of the data as soon as we possibly can. We're really hoping to get that data turned around like within days of the survey closing. So we know how important this information is, and it's most useful when it's timely. So we will absolutely do our best, and happy to answer any questions about this.
Yeah, and actually, just let me follow up with that, is that one of the things that we can do to help you to promote this is to provide you, if you contact us, and Sharima has our contact information as well as the contact information that's on the screen, we can provide you with things like the logo and pre-written Facebook posts and things and text that can be used in emails for distribution and that kind of thing. So our goal is to try and make it as easy as possible for you to spread the word, but we really are looking for your help in trying to get these out to the networks that you have to reach further into the population of the county that we're not otherwise in contact with.
Yeah, Matt, that's a great point. We will make this as low burden as possible for you. We have sample emails that can go out with all the links and background information.
Okay, John Neaton. So will this be the primary conduit of information from the local communities back to Penn State relative to what their impact will be on the health of these communities? I mean, once the students return, we're looking at 40 to 50,000 new people in the community. And I know that in Barron's announcement, he is going to closely track the student population to make sure that they're trying to constrain the risk issues in a timely manner. Is this going to be the manner in which you are getting input from the community as to where the community is standing relative to risk issues?
So the answer to that is yes, but it's a qualified yes. I do have to qualify in that this is not, this isn't an official project that's being conducted by Old Main. So this is being separately conducted by us rather than by the Penn State administration. So I just want to be clear on that, so I'm not misleading you about that. But absolutely, our intention here is that this would then be a conduit by which we can then, so Penn State administration has done its own separate surveys of the student population, of parents, of faculty and staff, right? But what we're missing right now is an opportunity for county residents to also make their voices heard. And so that's part of the reason that we've developed this. And then we'll be presenting those results back to university administration so that at least they have that information.
Yeah, we appreciate that. We all share that one hospital that's in
yes, I know.
a college.
And there may be other mechanisms that the university puts in place as well. So I would say this is one mechanism, and Sharima, you would probably be the person that through outreach and through government affairs that would know of the others as they come online, correct?
And a lot of that information is constantly, as you can imagine, will be unfolding as we will be monitoring the potential impacts of people coming back and how we need to mitigate, if we need to mitigate at all. So that will be ever changing. And of course, we have folks like Matt, but we also have our own Penn State Hershey that will be weighing in and giving and providing guidance, in addition to, of course, what we get from a federal level on guidance for universities. All of the universities, we're all looking at one another, sharing best practices and information, and trying to do what's best and what works for our particular communities.
I appreciate that, but we have one hospital. And Hershey is a long ways away.
Yeah, we're coordinating with Mount Nittany. We actually have the infectious hazardous planning group that includes a lot of folks from the center region from all aspects. So Mount Nittany is key and vital to a lot of the decisions that we make as well, and totally get it. So point taken.
Okay. Sorry about giving you a rough time, but I promised my wife that I would ask that question.
Yeah.
No,
well, I want to reiterate though. I think this discussion is really important. I think this is part of what we're trying to is what we want to get out of this kind of a survey is to we're a diverse county, and there are lots of different concerns that folks have. Right, and we don't want to make presumptions about what is the most concerning thing to county residents. Is it the economic impact of lost revenue because of potential lost revenue because of football games, or is it health concerns because of demands on Mount Nittany, or is it something else? Right, and rather than just make presumptions about what the county thinks, right, the best way to do that is put the questions out and have the county residents speak for themselves.
Yeah, happy you're doing it.
Other comments, questions? Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you all very much. And
Yeah,
please
thank
do
you.
follow up with questions if you have anything in the future.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Maybe what we can do, Ralph, is put an announcement about the survey on our website.
We can do that for sure. And
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Ralph.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
All righty. I believe Mr. Kennedy is up again, and I have his slides. 1 second here. Can you see that?
Yep.
There we go. Can you guys give me a sound check?
We can hear you.
Great. You can actually probably just hang on that one right there. Pretty much tells the story. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your time. It's a bizarre world we're living in where we're staring into a computer screen. I much would have rather stood before you.
Yeah.
But I've appeared before you guys, you folks, a couple of times over the past year. Mostly about fundraising things, all in line with trying to build our kids a third field. We have outgrown our complex, which I'm proud to say is a good thing. Unlike most youth sports organizations, we're actually still growing and actually started playing this season last Friday with about 79% of our typical kids. We did lose some kids because of COVID-19, but probably also because we delayed our season a couple of months and a lot of families are doing vacations, etc. So they couldn't participate. You take a look at this slide before you, and you can see where that third field is going to end up. Glenn O. Hawbaker came in, completely leveled the land for us, and planted grass. We had a conservation district permit in place that we have since terminated favorably. So we got the sign off from them. We are ready to roll. We're ready to begin building dugouts, installing fencing. And at this point, given the fact that you folks actually own this piece of land, I spoke with Mr. Holderman and he said that it would probably be appropriate to get your consent to continue with this project prior to submitting building permits to Spring Township. Obviously, the land is in Spring Township, so all those permits will have to go through Spring Township. We engaged the code official from Spring Township who helped us build our plans and worked with our architect and engineering firm on the designs. Those drawings are all stamped and ready to roll. And at this point right now, we're just looking to hopefully gain consent from the council to help us finish the building permit before we submit it to Spring Township. Since you own the land, you'll have to be a part of that process. I have sent in all of the architectural drawings in PDF form. They're included in this presentation. You're welcome to take a look. Go ahead.
Click on a couple here.
Yeah. You're welcome to take a peek at these. Like I said, it was a long, cumbersome process. I didn't realize that you had to have an engineer sign off on a baseball dugout because of wind shear. But we have dotted every I and crossed every T. And we're now at the point where we have a contractor in place. We have a company that's donating building of these dugouts, and we're ready to roll. I'm just hoping that you guys, you folks will be amenable to allowing us to build these buildings. So I'll stop there and take any questions.
I have a motion first.
Something, I just wanted to follow up on what Bill said. Council has seen these drawings here. They brought these to council, I think a couple years ago. They had designed pretty much on what they were going to do with the field, but I thought it was a good idea to ask Bill just to come in as they're getting to this point to update council on where they are in the process.
Okay. Need a motion to approve the borough accepts Bellefonte Little League's application for a building permit for building the dugouts, a press box, and to install fencing at the Little League ball field off of Fifth Avenue.
I'll make that motion.
Eaton and Prendergast. Okay, now ask questions.
Of who?
Bill, is there any questions or discussion, thoughts?
No, it looks like a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing none, we'll move to a vote.
Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti-Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill?
Aye.
Ms. Clayton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
Aye.
Ms. Homboski?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Thank you.
No, I thank you all very much. I might ask one question before I go. Who should I work with to fill out the remaining part of the permitting that the borough will need to work with?
Ralph, and unless they need my signature, this is
Sure.
Joanne.
I'm more than happy, or myself or Dawn or Joanne, more than happy to help you, Bill.
Okay. Hey, I thank you all very, very much. Most appreciated.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick question on, didn't we approve this earlier in the meeting?
No, I don't think we did.
Not the building permit part, Randy. We
Yeah.
did approve them
Third,
going
fifth.
ahead with the project, but we didn't know at that time that we needed to deal with the building permit portion.
Okay, because that's the way I read the letter, so that's why I thought we already did that.
Okay, thank you all.
Bill,
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Bill, thank you for all your efforts.
Good work, Bill.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Moving on to the mayor's report.
Okay, thank you very much. We had a couple items. We have a new fire chief. It's Gary Lohr. He was sworn in on June the 4th, and he'll fill in for the remaining year of Walt Snyder's term. So that's all in place, and thank you, Randy, for your efforts on that front.
Just to note, he'll take that position July 1st.
Yes, that position will become his July 1st. Sorry, thank you. One other thing that we have that I should announce on Monday, which was today at 11:50, House Bill 1910 passed and will go to the full House for vote next week. And that House bill talks about strengthening police hiring practices and was amended to also include a version to further include training to identify and report suspected child abuse, and also to include provisions addressing the use of deadly force. There were two bills, and the second bill is House Bill 1841. House Bill 1841 talks about strengthening background checks in hiring, and for offers request for PSD by the officer in question, or by the chief, or by the supervising officer. And those requests are to be carried out within 30 days as far as in any lethal use incident. So there is this legislation in the House. It goes to the Senate next week, and there's some action being taken by the state to strengthen some of the practices that are now in play regarding upticks in training. And we've always talked about the training. Is it necessary? Should we fund it? That kind of thing. It looks like that's going to be an uptick for the police department as well. Our police department does all the mandatory training, plus, as you know, goes some steps beyond mandatory training. I don't know what else to say about that. If you have any questions, I think the chief is still on the line. He may have some knowledge. Joanne may have some knowledge on that, since she stays in touch with the governor pretty closely.
I think that's a good summary. The one question I had is that you said HB 1910, was that out of committee, or is it already gone over to the Senate?
I don't know about the Senate part of it. It talked about going to the Senate into committee next week.
So it means that it's passed the House.
It did not pass. It passed the House committee. It goes into full House next week as well.
Okay, so what the process would be is that it goes out of committee to the full floor for a vote, and then the next day it goes over to the Senate, where they sign it to a committee, and they start this process all over again. And if they pass it with amendments, then it has to go back to the House for concurrence.
Well, thank you.
Welcome.
If you want more detail on this, you can go to penlive.com, and they have a full write-up. I summarized a little bit, but I think I got most of the details. Sean, you have anything to add to that?
No, if you all would like an overview of our policy and procedure manual, escalation, and our training, I am putting something together for the DA, and I know Joanne has been in contact with him, but we have a a really good training record when it comes to certain things that the general public doesn't know we actually train on or have training, extensive training on. But I would like to give a full report on our training, especially as what we have in happening in the country today. I think it's important that the borough officials and the residents know just how what we are trained and what our curriculum is every year for mandatory and service training, and the training that we do go above and beyond on.
And just to follow up on that real quickly, the email that Sean is talking about had some kudos for Chief Weaver for the training programs that we have here in Bellefonte. So I think I like your offer, FYI.
Excuse me?
I like your offer.
Okay, great.
That's my report.
Any questions for either Chief Weaver or Mayor Wilson? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to my report. Mine's relatively quick. The Pennsylvania Municipal League Sustainability Conference is June 24th. I'm going to be attending that meeting remotely, and I've already paid for it myself. The second item is on June 30th, it's the DEP's Climate Change Advisory Committee is holding their meeting. We're asked Bellefonte Borough and Madeline Palchett from Drexel University have been asked to do a presentation before this committee on the greenhouse plan that Ms. Palchett has been working on since last fall. Originally, Don was supposed to do this presentation, but was unavailable, so they asked me to take his place. We haven't received the report. We're supposed to have it by the end of the month, so about the time that this presentation happens is when we as a borough should be getting this report as well, and when we work with ICLEI and Drexel University. Madeline will be doing the majority of the report, and I might have up to 5 minutes. It's a 15-minute presentation. I might have up to 5 minutes to say what the process was from our point of view. Any questions?
No.
Okay. We'll move on to council members. Ralph?
One second. Just a couple notes here. We included in the council packet the comparison monthly code statistics from Center Region Code, our contracted code agency. The months are included are March, April, May of this year. We also included a copy of the water withdrawal report for the month of May. We included the authority minutes from the authority meeting for earlier this month.
I have a question on that.
Okay.
Okay, in those minutes, it said that the Big Spring Spirits is interested in creating a program for bottling waters of Big Spring. I would like during that discussion to see glass bottling and or recyclable bottling included in the discussion of this possible project.
I believe they are headed in that direction, but I'll certainly convey those thoughts.
Also, at the very end, I wanted to clarify that the Spring Creek Watershed Commission is not presenting a final water plan. It is a report only, and that report will be presented to the municipalities and authorities after the commission sees the presentation, which is still tentatively scheduled to occur this coming Wednesday. I don't know if that's going to happen or not because I have not been able to get through to the two presenters.
Okay, I will convey that back to the next, at the next authority meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on, we, of course, the second meeting of the month included the current and prior budget numbers for May, the budget versus actual numbers for the month of May, and then the budget versus actual summary for the month of May. We also included some overtime numbers for the police department for, there's a memo there regarding that.
And I have questions on the budget and the police overtime. There's a budget line item for bulk water sales that said we've only received $395 of the budgeted bulk water revenue for the first 5 months of the year. But if you looked at those minutes that were from the authority, there's a line in it that says bulk water sales for May were about 381,000 gallons. If I went and looked at our fee schedule, at $8.35 per 1,000 gallons of water, we should have received approximately $3,181 in bulk water revenue for May alone. So I'm wondering why the large discrepancy.
Well, you're using terms interchangeably, and I'm not saying it's just how it is. The bulk water sales, that is, there's sales at the wastewater treatment plant through a loading station.
Okay.
They always call it bulk water sales. They don't know what else to call it. The bulk water sales, that is going to two entities, Milesburg and the plant outside of Milesburg, we also call bulk water sales. So I think that's probably the difference. You know, that you're
maybe. Yeah, so for maybe future references, it might be able to give different terms so we know which apple and which orange we're talking about.
I'll try to make note of that, but we've always called them the same, but you know, you just one of those things you pick up on that we're not talking about the same thing.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, and on the overtime, I just want to clarify what the memo said. And Sean, maybe is he still on? Yeah. The last three people that were listed on there, are those three just getting comp time and not overtime pay? I wasn't quite clear as how you laid that out.
Correct. Comp time, that's time that they would take off at a later date.
Oh, there's no overtime pay associated with those last three people, correct?
Correct. Unless at the end of the year they decide to turn it in for payment, they have that option.
Okay.
John Eaton, I have a question, or I have a request that as we go on with these reports, that when we do the court hearings, could we specify which court the officer is attending to, and then also whether it's a summary offense, a third degree, second degree, or first degree misdemeanor, or whatever. We don't have to have the specific, I don't think we need the specific crime, but you know, just what kind of category it would fall into.
Can I ask why that would be germane to the overtime?
Well, because if it's a summary offense and we've spent 4 hours of overtime, we've spent $400 for something that may have a $10 fine.
Randy, for a second, can you take over? I've got to go get the plug for my computer. I'll be right back.
So you're suggesting we just let them go if they somebody contests the ticket, you just say, oh, well, the hell with it.
You're going to have to look at it as to whether that makes sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Kind of with the chief on this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's important that we know why they're there. If it's 4 hours, it's 4 hours, and you know, there's nothing you can do about it. It's not that the case may have taken that long, but the officer may have had
very infrequent as well.
Not only that, but if you get into the position where if somebody challenges a ticket for $10, everybody's going to challenge it because you're not going to take it to court.
It doesn't look good for my officers to be skipping out on court. That's
so
pretty.
Is that a good use of our chief's time?
It's pretty disrespectful to the court.
If it's disrespectful for the court, then that's a problem that
I have to deal with.
We can't, we have to only deal with the budget. And
I cannot see one council member supporting you on this. It seems very dangerous to just let anyone go if it's not worth our time. Like, this
why
does
are you
not seem like a
saying we're
hill to die
letting
on.
them go?
Because if
They have to basically challenge the ticket, take time off from work, show up, and see if the magistrate dismisses the ticket.
No, if the police officer does, they're going to dismiss it.
I'm going to ask you guys either make a motion or let's end the discussion.
I say end the discussion.
Well, if we can't have it reported out what kind of crime it is and what kind of court it is.
Again, we don't have a motion. So if you want to continue a discussion, we'll need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we include the type of court and the type of crime in the overtime report.
So we have a motion to include, as John said, I don't have it all memorized that quick, but
the court and the crime.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Ralph has it. So
Yes.
we have a second.
Johnson will second it.
All right, so we'll have discussion.
I think it's a moot point. I don't see it going. I think it's not a sane argument.
Anybody else?
Yeah, this isn't really my preferred way of working on the budget as the finance chair. So I don't really like where this is going personally.
Any other comments?
Well, I'm happy to refer it to the finance committee.
Sure.
I think it's a reasonable request, but I also think it can be discussed in committee.
Can I call the question to see how many members of council actually believe this is a good use of the chief's time?
If we're done with discussion and nobody, any other discussion? Okay, so then we'll move to a vote. So Ralph.
Yes, I'm ready. Mr. Prendergast.
Nay.
What was that?
Nay.
Nay.
No.
Ms. Thompson.
No.
Ms. Tosti Vasey is back.
Yeah, no.
Ms. Walker.
No.
Mr. Brackville.
No.
Ms. Cleaton.
No.
Mr. Eaton.
Yes.
Ms. Hombosky.
No.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
The noes have it, 7-2.
Okay, moving on to the finance committee report. Gina?
Yeah. Internet's been really unstable tonight, so hopefully you guys can hear me and I'm not too choppy. Let me just get my notes here. We had a finance committee meeting, I believe, on June 4th, and we discussed reporting overtime hours for the police department. We were looking at those a little bit more in a detailed manner. We talked with Chief Weaver on, he talked a little bit about how the police department is trying to be more mindful of overtime for their department. Looked at ways of breaking out overtime hours in the budget so it's just a little bit more clear for us when we're looking at it. We talked a little bit about the police department on those that were going on furlough and how the state police might cover those hours. And Chief Weaver can speak a little bit more to that if he would like. And just continuing to look at ways to work with Chief Weaver on the police budget. look for efficiencies where we can maybe make some cuts. And we also, unrelated to the police department, we looked at the revolving loan fund and agreed that the IDA would be a good authority to kind of oversee that and be able to update council on any changes for the revolving loan fund to the Gamble Mill. And if I missed anything, anyone can jump in.
So just for the public's sake, that revolving fund starts with the Gamble Mill, but as they repay it, that money comes back and then we can reloan it to anybody else we want. So it's money initially comes from the state that the borough gets to keep to improve structural buildings at risk here in town.
Any questions for finance?
Good job.
Okay. Thanks. I wrote it all down.
Thanks, Randy, for taking over for me temporarily.
No problem.
Moving on to the manager's report for Downtown Bellefonte Incorporated.
Yeah, I have been meaning to, I apologize, since I started in January as the Main Street manager of DBI. I've been meaning to include my manager's report I write for my board in the council packets, just so you guys have an opportunity to see what's going on with Downtown Bellefonte Inc. and to ask any questions if you have. So I'll be including my manager's report in the second meeting of each month. I'm not really going to go into it because, but when you look at it, if you have any questions for me regarding DBI, I'll be happy to answer those for you.
Any
That's
questions?
all.
Okay, seeing none, moving on to Office of Community Affairs.
I have one thing.
Okay, Randy, go ahead.
Thank you, Gina. It was very, very nice report. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, it was good. So I just want to let you know that I had taken part in the annual board meeting for the PSAB on Friday. Meeting ran from 10 to about 11:30 or so. And then on August 7th, there's a summer board meeting at Bedford Springs that I'll be traveling to at that point, just going up for the meeting. So I'll just throw that in there.
Any other council member reports?
Could I bring in the parks? I know it's in old business. Can I bring it up so Sean from the Y can?
If you want. Go ahead.
If that's okay with everybody.
Yep, go ahead.
We met with the Parks Committee met last week with representatives from BHCA and Summer Sounds in the Gazebo, the YMCA for several things, and we have we'd like to ask for requests for the following items.
So you're making several motions.
Several motions.
Do them one at a time. Just
yes, we'll do. I'll start with the YMCA. They request to use Governor's Park throughout the summer for their summer camp program. They will follow all CDC and state guidelines, and we are on the same page with what documents we are looking at. So I'd like to make a motion to approve them to proceed.
Second.
Who seconded that?
Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
Sounds good.
Seeing none. Ralph?
Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti-Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackville?
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
Aye.
Ms. Hombowski?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
The YMC also has a request for the months of June, July, and August to hold volleyball tournaments in Governor's Park. They will follow all CDC and state guidelines. These are for doubles and quads, women and men. They are following and teens. And teens. I would like to request that they are these volleyball tournaments can proceed.
I'll second Johnson.
You're quick, Doug.
Discussion?
What were the dates on that?
The high school girls quads are 6/27, 7/18, 8/8. The Sunday, and then there's Sunday night doubles, 6/28, and then continuing through July and August. They will be checking with the borough and with other organizations that are using the field to make sure that there's no overlap.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, Ralph?
Mr. Prendergast,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Brackville,
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton,
Aye.
Mr. Eaton,
Aye.
Ms. Homboski,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you.
My next request is to approve BHCA's request for Summer Sounds concerts in Talleyrand Park. They will be following state and CDC guidelines. We've, in our meeting, we really imparted on them that there are members of council that do attend these concerts. They are aware of that, and they plan to follow everything to a T.
And so this is, Melissa, this is a motion for conditional approval?
Yes, this is a motion as a conditional approval based on guidelines. They are aware that if the phases change, that they will need to conclude the series early.
I'll second Brackville.
Discussion?
Glad to see you're going forward with it, and good decision at this point.
So just for the clarity for the public to know, the agreement was that BHCA is going to put, I think they said dots every 10 to 12 feet apart, and ask people that are coming in as a family or as a group to stay in on those dots and to keep their children within that area instead of running around as much as possible, so we could deal with the social distancing. And their announcement went out, and I received mine today saying that masks are requested for everybody attending.
Call the question.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Mr. Prendergast,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Brackville,
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton,
Aye.
Mr. Eaton,
Aye.
Ms. Homboski,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you.
For the request to use Governor's Park ball fields, according to the guidelines laid out by our governor, they are free to proceed under green phase. So I'd like a motion to allow the fields, the groups that have requested access to our fields, for them to be able to proceed.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Homboski and Walker. So I think what we need to do is, once we pass this motion, is to make sure that they all talk to each other so that they're not climbing all over each other.
Agreed.
Have they all filled out applications and made payments and all that jazz?
I would have to check in the office with that, Mr. Johnson.
The answer at this point is no, because they haven't been approved yet.
Okay. So after they do that, we approve this, or this is approved conditionally on their payments and filling out the right forms
And the insurance and everything else.
Yeah. You only have, Doug, I think maybe, I think according to the way that we established the guidelines, only one of the three organizations would have to pay. There are others are using it for practice only. I mean, this is, I think we set that up for games and tournaments, as far as I recall.
So it's a for-profit, they pay. If they're nonprofit, they don't pay.
Right. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Ralph, I don't know if this has been previously answered. Do they need to, if they're just using it for practice, do they need to provide proof of insurance?
I can't remember if we asked for that, if they're just practicing or not, to be honest with you, Melissa.
Okay.
I can check with that.
The other question that I have, and it came up at the Parks and Recs Committee, and I'm not sure what the resolution was, is there was someone who came in and said they were concerned that the ball field had been messed up by one of these groups that was out there that 2 weeks ago or something. How do we handle if there's damage to the ball field?
That was where my question was going. If who would pay for, who would pay to have the field put back to where it was if there was damage to it?
I think the insurance would be required.
The insurance is about liability. I don't know. That's usually means if somebody falls on the property,
Yeah.
somebody. As far as damages, it's something we have to look at. I think right now we don't require any kind of deposit, security deposit or anything like that. But I suppose if it's a common problem, we'll have to look at it, adding that into our fee schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I just get some clarity. So the YMCA, we're clear to start with our summer camps and our volleyball tournaments. Is that
Yes.
that? We're looking at starting our summer camp on Monday the 22nd out at the park, just so we're all on the
Great.
same page. That'll give us the rest of the week to kind of get everything planned and in order.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
So if there's no other further discussion, we'll move to a vote.
Ready? Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti-Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill?
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
Yeah, yes.
Ms. Hombosky?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you.
It is our recommendation of the Parks Committee to reopen parks. They are allowed under the governor's plan for reopening in green phase. I don't know if we need a request or formal approval by the, would you?
I would like to see a motion to approve the opening once the signage indicating that we aren't sanitizing the playground, benches, and parks are in place so that we can deal with the liability concerns that we talked about in the Parks Committee.
That's a good point, Joanne. It'll take a few days to order the signs and get them here and have them installed. So I would, yes, make your motion contingent upon opening up the playground areas and all of that once the signs are in place.
So
I'd like to make a request, or I would like to make a motion that we reopen our parks with the appropriate signage noting that we will not be the borough will not be sanitizing or cleaning the equipment.
Hombosky, who's seconding it?
I'll second it.
Walker got it. Okay, Randy, you have something to say?
yeah, could we include sanitizer stations around the playgrounds?
I think we're gonna try.
That's a separate.
We're gonna try to install some, but we're not guaranteeing that the furniture, the benches, playground equipment is going to be sanitized.
Yeah, I get that, but just so there's something there that people can, if they play on it, they can clean their hands or sanitize their hands afterward if
Randy, I think that's going to be a separate motion because it deals with a slightly different part of the budget.
That's the next item on the agenda, I believe.
Yeah.
it is. I just thought, I wasn't sure whether it was a notion or if it's just something being considered.
Any other discussion on the playground, picnic tables and park benches? Ralph, then go ahead.
Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackville?
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
Aye.
Ms. Homboski?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Thank you.
My final item in my list is to consider adding hand sanitizer stations at parks. There is a concern that we'll need to buy equipment that is that can be nailed in place or attached to something. I do think that there is a real chance that things will be stolen if we just were to leave them out. So it could be a more considerable cost than just buying a jug of hand sanitizer to leave.
So that's your motion. And it comes, just who's seconding it?
Thompson.
Okay. So Homboski and Thompson. FYI, the funds for this can come from either our own COVID-19 emergency funds and or these funds from the county that we mentioned earlier in the evening. And possibly we would need to, if we go that route, we could go ahead and purchase them, and then we would ask for any future refills to get it through the bulk purchases that the county might be doing to reduce our cost.
I mean, unless things have changed drastically, just getting gel hand sanitizer for some operating businesses has been problematic. I mean, so I can't see how placing sanitizer, gel sanitizer in the park, which is going to be problematic from a vandalism issue, is really a good idea at this time, because it would just be competing with something that other businesses and factories and such are going to need just for their operations. I don't think this is a good move at this time.
Question, what are other boroughs doing for their playgrounds? Does anybody have an idea?
Well, you know, the center region just opened their equipment for their playgrounds about a week, 2 weeks ago. And I think they're saying it's periodically sanitized. Our signs would not guarantee that. We really don't have a park staff, as you are aware. They're used very minimally this year because we weren't sure of our revenue sources. So we cannot have people, you know, over there to sanitize the equipment. But I believe, you know, I think other public parks are setting something out or doing something to encourage some type of cleaning. And I'm sure people bring their own hand sanitizer as well.
I'd like to mention that Big Spring Spirits, which is located next to the park, is making hand sanitizer. So I believe that if we needed to find it, we could. I've also seen it like at Lowe's.
Gel.
Yeah, well, I've seen it at home and Lowe's and Home Depot in giant jugs. Like, I don't feel like, from what I've seen, that it's like the
Right.
demand has dropped.
And, you know, I don't, some of you have been in the building, it's been months. I know haven't had a physical meeting, but we did right early on install some wall-mounted hand sanitizer dispensers. Those are readily available. We have a source, it's local, and they have a post that you can set them on. I'm not sure that's the right way to go, but I'm sure we could mount some near the restroom building. There's a little storage building over there in between the restrooms. We could mount some close by the playground equipment. If not on, you know, if the pool idea doesn't work.
That sounds like a perfect solution.
I think they're going to have to be, I think the challenge is going to be getting them where they can't be vandalized. Some kind of cover that you have to reach
Agreed.
in. You're able to push the handle, but that's about all that you can get a hold of. You know what I mean? So that might help with the vandalism, if there is any.
The higher ones are motion activated without a level. And you would, so is this for kids that are unsupervised by parents? While you're putting the hand sanitizer? If I'm a parent and I have a child on the playground, then I'm most likely to have my
Doug, it's not just for the playground. It's for, we're thinking of also putting in Governor's Park near the playgrounds, but also near the pavilions.
There again, if I'm there for a picnic or something, I hope that I would carry my own hand sanitizer at that point. But you know, it's fine. If it works out, it works out. It's great. Some people have to take their own responsibility for keeping their self sanitized.
Yeah.
Children.
Any other discussion?
Call the question?
Yep, seeing none. Ralph?
Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti-Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill?
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
I'm going to vote no.
Ms. Homboski?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay.
The only other thing that parks have, and Don can expand on this if he'd like, there was a pre-build meeting with Lake Homing Supply for the bridge in Talleyrand Park. They are looking to start in mid to late July, with it being completed by October.
Don, do you have anything to add?
No, Melissa got it all.
Okay. Okay, so moving back to where we were on the agenda, let me look, figure this out.
I think back to office.
So we're down to Office of Community Affairs, I think.
Yes, I believe so. But we did have, to start with, there was no planning commission meeting in June. And then as far as a HARB meeting, we did our first virtual HARB meeting on June 9th. There was 3 items that are being recommended for a certificate of appropriateness. First one is 452 East Curtin Street for paint. The second one is 205 West Curtin Street for paint. And then last one is 325 West High Street for paint and signage. And then there was a number of administrative approvals, which I took care of from basically from March till now.
We need a motion to issue a certificate of appropriateness for 452 East Curtin Street, 205 West Curtin Street, and a post certificate of appropriateness for 325 West High Street.
I'll make that motion. Brock or Johnson, whoever.
Okay, who made the motion?
Deb.
Okay,
Deb
Dick.
got it in
And who seconded it?
I'll second it, Brackville.
Brackville. Okay, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none?
Mr. Pendergast,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Brackville,
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton,
Aye.
Mr. Eaton,
Aye.
Ms. Homboski,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you.
I've got a question for you. On the old Shore Auto building, they did roof work there, and they did the new top, the cap.
Yes.
So how was that? How was that approved? 'Cause that never came through Harb that I'm aware of.
It's in the minutes. They were to be, if it's a post review, did the work before they got approval. The building was in danger of collapsing. But they were to appear at the Harb meeting on the 9th. They couldn't make it. So we'll have them come in at a future meeting. And then if you want them, I'm sure they're more than willing to come to council and explain the conditions of the building.
No, I just wondered how it was handled. I knew things were done down there, but I knew there wasn't any meeting.
There's some talk about them redoing the roof. We don't know that at this point.
It's done.
No, I know it's done.
They didn't have any time to wait and look at options, but they can explain it far better than I can.
That's up to Harb.
So the plan is that they're supposed to come to the next meeting at the end of this month.
That's correct.
And the other complaint I have is I had gotten complaints on mowing and an empty lot on Cherry Lane. That grass is actually laying over now.
Okay, well, we did notify our code officer about that, and usually there's a few days or a period of time they give every property owner. But I can follow up on that, Randy.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, moving on to old business. Let's see, we've already done the pop-up drive-in.
Did I miss the vote on the certificates? Did we do?
Yeah, we did.
Administrative approvals don't have.
I just want to make sure we did the vote on the certificate.
Yes.
Yeah, it was 9-0.
All right, just checking, making sure I didn't get too far
Well,
off
a voice
track.
vote would have almost worked.
Okay.
Okay. Old business, we've already done the pop-up drive-in. And do you want to talk about the meeting last Ann and Randy, about the meeting last Saturday at Union Cemetery?
Well, we met, it was Kerry Benninghoff. This all started from his letter, and he was hoping to join us Saturday, but got held up. So we held the meeting anyway, because it was kind of too late to cancel it, which a lot of people didn't know that he wasn't able to come because nobody saw the email that morning, Saturday morning that we met. So we basically, we talked about the trees, and we're going to get somebody to come in and take a look at those and see what the best option is. But I don't think there's anything that really needs taken down, but maybe thin it out, take some dead stuff down, and that may handle it. But I think the priority is going to be the headstones and looking at having those repaired, as well as some of the bases repaired as well, to help ones that seem like they're kind of leaning, haven't broken yet, but they're going to lean to them. This really isn't a council thing, but it's something where Ralph had suggested that we maybe try to form an organization of friends of the Union Cemetery. So that's probably going to be further discussion later on. I think Ralph's going to set up a meeting for us, I think in 2 weeks. And so if anybody's interested in it, I'm sure you can share that with all council members of when that meeting is going to take place and where. But that's pretty much where we are with it at this point. I think the group Ralph has from the borough doing the grass up there are doing a really good job. They're really keeping up with it. They were there today. Melon. So
Good.
There's
Yeah.
there's also a resident that's doing one section of it by herself, which for her I'd like to say thank you.
Yeah, so there's things that we can look at there, and the main thing is trying to get money to do the stone repair, and even do some things with the trees, and just try to make things better in the cemetery. It is one of our historic sites, and I thank Carrie for pushing this a little bit, and hopefully we can get some more people involved.
So I think Randy's request for those of the public that was watching is that when we know when this next meeting is, if you could post that on the website, then we can have public members of the community who would be interested in volunteering, they could also show up.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that we are not taking over the cemetery. We are only looking at some repairs and some things with the trees. This isn't really together with the
association.
Pardon?
The association that
the Cemetery Association will still handle the cemetery business.
And I think we did have somebody there from the association,
Yes.
and he said that anybody who is willing to help, and right now there's only 3 people that are active in the association. They need more people, so if there's somebody here in the public who wants to contact them, who should they call?
Bill, I'm sorry, Randy.
I don't have his email yet.
We can maybe put a little blurb on the website. Make sure we give the correct phone number and email. I don't have it in front of me, but we can put that on the website.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Next item under old business is the mobile food vendor ordinance. It's we need a motion to approve resolution number 0615-2020-02, temporarily restricting food mobile vendors in the central and waterfront districts during the COVID-19 declaration period. And
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
that was
Deb.
Clayton and Prendergast. This came through the Streets Committee. So Deb, do you want to talk about why this resolution came through this way?
There's been some concern from local brick and mortar restaurants about competition with the mobile food vendors, and even with 150-foot distancing, it's not really very far. They're still on top of each other. So during the COVID-19 restrictions, or until this is all over, the proposal is to keep mobile food vendors from downtown. That would be Allegheny and High Street, basically the T, from the courthouse down to the railroad tracks by Bonfato's. So the food vendors would be able to work outside of downtown. Some of them have been set up at the parking lot at the high school, and I've seen vendors out just past Airport Road. I think it used to be Don's gas station.
Mm-hmm.
It's now kind of set up as a little food court area for food vendors.
I can't support this. I have food truck owners in my ward. I do not think it's fair to them as taxpayers that they're not allowed to use the ordinance as it's written. I also don't think it's fair to our residents who are pretty enthusiastic about these food trucks to pass a motion without without community input.
I would just add, the way it's drafted, it's all public right-of-ways in the borough. The locations that Ms. Clayton mentioned are actually on what we would say private property or with permission. But the way this resolution is written, if it was way out on Zion Road and it was in the public right-of-way, they would be prohibited until the suspension is lifted.
I understand that, but these people pay taxes, so it's their street too. That's my point. Like, if you want to ban outside people, that's fine. I don't feel like it's right for us to ban citizens from.
I was just clarifying, Ms. Clayton said it was the T, it's more than the T. I'm not arguing whether it should be passed or
No,
not.
Sorry,
Ralph, you're incorrect. It says public streets in the central and waterfront business district. It doesn't
Okay.
affect anywhere else.
Okay, I was thinking it was further than that, but I
No.
remember it was a public right of way. So, yeah, so, I mean, it would encompass more than the T. Let's clarify that. West Bishop's not considered the T. Parts of Spring Street, down along Thomas Street. It's much more than the T in the central business district and the waterfront district. Over to Lamb Street is much bigger than the T, is my point.
Well, can I ask a question? We previously had a pitch about putting tables up at the courthouse. Where were those people going to get food from?
Restaurant.
All the restaurants that have takeout.
Okay, so they're going to walk several. There's two nearby, but then every other restaurant's going to be open is going to be a block away or so, right?
A whole block.
I know.
Well, I've seen people get meals from the burger place and take them the whole way down to Talleyrand. I don't think people have a problem with that.
Okay, I
understand Melissa's point, but those vendors are a minority of the truck vendors that are setting up.
Then make it conditional for them. I mean, can I put forth a motion that no graphic designers can go into Springboard? Because it's the same thing. Or can no graphic designers set up shop in any downtown restaurant and work during lunch? Like, then I want provisions made for me, because it assaults my right to do business as a brick and mortar in the downtown. Like, that is how I view it. There are other people that can set up shop literally outside my door and use Xfinity Wi-Fi and take business from me. So to me, that is the equivalency.
I think what we're trying to do, and I don't know if we're actually accomplishing this, but I think we're trying to make this a win-win for both food vendors and downtown businesses. And if we can accomplish that, I think that's great. Everybody has their opportunity. Everybody has a chance to set up. We're not banning anybody from the borough. We're just asking for some consideration for both types of businesses.
I thought when we had discussed this, that it was just going to be the T, and that the other areas, because the T has most of the restaurant activity, the other streets, Howard, part of Bishop, do not have food. And it was also to kind of relax that 150-foot guideline that's in the ordinance now. You have a new, I think it's called Happy Wraps, that are open now. And I don't know how you can get 150 feet away from them and the old, the
Governor's Pub.
Governor's Pub.
Not Governor's Pub.
My Buzz.
Across the bridge.
Bonfatos.
Well, the one before that.
My Buzz Cafe.
Yes. So like I said,
there's two ways that this can be handled. You could table it for a review and rewrite, or you could ask for a vote to go ahead, and you can vote it up or down. Because what I'm hearing is some people want to just limit this restriction to High Street and Allegheny Street, and so it's up to you all as how you want to handle it. So
I'd say table it and rewrite it. Make sure that it's acceptable to everybody. See if we can get some compromise.
Right.
I don't think we're going to make everybody happy.
Oh, you're never gonna make everybody
You're not
happy.
going to make me happy.
I agree. Let's send it back to streets.
I don't think the intent was to restrict or discourage free enterprise. We're just trying to accommodate the requests from the downtown businesses.
It is a restriction. It restricts.
I understand that.
It's a restriction.
Most resolutions.
Okay, so we have a motion to table and re-refer back to streets. That does not allow for discussion, so it'll be an up or down vote. So if you want to table and send it back to streets, vote yes. Ralph?
Mr. Prendergast,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Tosti-Vasey,
No.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill,
Aye.
Ms. Clayton,
Aye.
Mr. Eaton,
Aye.
Ms. Tombowski,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
8-1. Aye.
Okay. So it's going back to the streets. Okay. Okay, the PennDOT LTAP program for the Gamble Mill Street Crosswalk. Don, do you want to talk about this? Or Deb, either one?
I think Doug knows more about the LTAP. Doug?
I do. It's a funding source for them to come in and study the, if it's a grant, we have to apply for it. And they will come in and study the intersection or the crosswalk, whatever we're trying to do, a stop sign, on their dollar. So chime in here, Ralph, if I say something that's not correct.
You're doing fine.
We make application from the borough to have for the funds. They will approve or not approve it, and they'll come in and do the study for us. So we have to make the application and see where it goes from there. In the meantime, we are going to remain with the signs that Deb has recommended, and I think it's a great idea, of the crosswalk being there. We're going to take every precaution we can until we hear if the funds are available after our application is submitted. Anything to add there, Ralph?
No, that's pretty accurate. So we'll keep everybody posted as we.
So we need a motion to request PennDOT to conduct a pedestrian crosswalk review at the Gamble Mill Lamb Street pedestrian crossing in the middle of the street.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Is that Clayton?
Yes.
Thank you. Discussion?
Something else that I thought of, because I live right here, and when I suggested putting the signs up, that seems to be working, but you can barely see that crosswalk. It's faded and peeled up, and it might help if it were like more visible.
Well, I want to get some advice on that, because whether it's in the exact right location, whether it should be closer to what was Dunlap, I think that's part of the advice.
Okay.
I just want to hesitate on doing that before getting advice.
Okay.
I guess the other thing I would add is what we talked about before, is letting whoever does this
Daddy?
at the crosswalk, that they know about that street coming back in there, Dunlap Street.
We'll give them all the details, and I'll let the committee know when there's an on-site meeting.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none?
Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti-Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill?
Aye.
Ms. Clayton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
Aye.
Ms. Homboski,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Any other old business? Then now moving on to new business.
We have a memo Dawn put in the packet regarding CDBG administration reallocation. Do you want to give us an overview, Dawn?
It's fairly straightforward. All we're doing is asking to reallocate the 17 and 18 admin funds over to the project. This will help us fund the Talleyrand Park pedestrian bridge. As you know, we were a little bit short on the bid when the bids came in. Moving some of the admin money over will help us close the gap.
Okay, we need a motion to reallocate the total of $37,640 of administrative funds from the 2017 and 2018 CDBG funds over to help pay for the pedestrian walkway bridge.
I'll make the motion to forward those funds, $37,640 from the 2017-2018 CDBG funds for the Talleyrand Bridge pedestrian walkway.
And Randy, was that a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Discussion?
Good idea.
Go ahead.
Good idea, Don.
Thanks, Doug.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Ralph?
Sure. Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti-Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill?
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton?
Aye.
Yeah,
Ms.
sorry,
Homboski?
sorry about that.
No problem. Ms. Homboski?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Okay, great. Next item I have, and I don't know if it's on your agenda or not, but it's on mine, is the review of the wayfinding project. We did a presentation this evening in the work session. There are three things. I was wondering if there's any more comments beyond what was said in the work session. Okay. The second was, and Nancy Perkins, she's still here. Nancy, could you please tell them what's going to be happening with step 5 so that, and then what I would like to do is make a request after you tell them what's happening at step 5.
Step 5 will be once we have identified what fixtures we're going to be using and the sizes of the signs and general layouts. HRG would then prepare a manual, and we would have that as a permanent document so that we have some guidelines for people who want to have signs on their businesses and such. That's, a lot of that's to be decided when we get into that, but we won't be able to do that phase until we've identified what we're going with. What we need to do in the next 4 weeks is to do some ballpark layouts of where signs will go and what they would say so that we can put some ballpark numbers together. We do have a price list from one of the vendors, and we could, put something together so that we know what kind of money to ask for various phases. And I think that's our next mission, is to get that done. So we would have some idea of how many signs we're putting up, where they would be located. We'll just take the central business district and look at the map. I mean, any traffic light area is an obvious thing. Up by the Diamond is obvious. Where we don't need to identify landmarks, then we would not have anything. So, and then you all brought up something about the new 99 corridor. exit. I hadn't thought of that. So we'd like to get some ballpark numbers so that we can apply for the next round of funding to actually buy the fixtures.
So there are two requests that we have here. The first one is dealing with the phase 5 of the grant that we've already received. And Maria Day is on HARB, so she's been working on, she's also on the design committee. So what I'd like to have happen is to have the second consultant work with HARB and meet with them to find out what kind of materials they would need in order to get this handbook ready, and maybe make recommendations for changes in our signage ordinance going forward once we know
right
what is going.
Yeah, that would be good. I just want to bring this up because it's come up through the committee is, and we've talked about this before, banners on bridges and banners that are posted that are temporary outside of businesses. We might want to come up with some recommendations on what we think represents town the best. There's a lot of things popping up, and one of my committee members brought that up as a subject. Should we be weighing in on that? So we need to know what's available and get some feedback maybe from downtown Bellefonte and see what some of the store owners think, that kind of thing. There's a lot of temporary banners out and about. So how does that impact our appearance?
I would also check with all the special event organizers. They tend to use the banners the most, throughout the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's a matter of where do we post them, where do we hang them? I don't know if the fence by the waterfront will still be available once the hotel goes in there.
We do not hang, Nancy, we do not hang anything from the fence on the waterfront walkway. That's banned.
Okay.
It's the only place where the banners that we have are either across High Street or Allegheny Street on the poles where we need to get PennDOT permission, or on the High Street Bridge.
Yeah.
I think Nancy's referring to some of the businesses are putting up these flags that say open for business.
Right.
Something like that.
Well, yeah, there's flags, and then there's those really vertical, huge things that, like Cool Beans right now has 2 of them in a very small space. I mean, they're multiplying.
I saw them appearing, and I didn't know what HARB's role is in approval, or council's role is in approval or disapproval of those.
And I don't know either, but that's something that
we have it. We have a sign ordinance on the books. They're considered temporary signs. I mean, I think they can be up for 30 days, but all it takes is you take it down one night and put it up the next. They're hard to enforce, but there is at least some language currently that allows temporary signage, and there's no review necessary.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so that might be part of what the review is, where I'd like to have HARB come in and look at it, what the ordinance says. It may be that we need to tighten that up just a little bit. Still allowing temporary signs, but tighten it up so that we don't have a permanent temporary.
Right, exactly, right.
The other one is that, and Don, you and I talked about this afternoon. We need a motion to move forward with the drafting of a second grant application for the actual constructing of the wayfinding signage system around town. Do you want to tell a little bit about what you told me this afternoon?
Well, all I can say is there's a couple options council will have, and one's kind of dependent on DBI. If DBI gets recertified into the Keystone Communities program, there is a possibility of going after the implementation grant, but you're only going to be able to apply if you're actually a Keystone community. Other than that, we would have to kind of wait on DCD multimodal grant to open up. But that's another option. And then, or, try to tie it in with the streetscape. So, perhaps somehow we can work out something as we're working on the parking lot over near the Waffle Shop next year. We got some funding that we're going to do some work on the streetscape, and we might be able to get a grant to tie it in with that. So there's options out there for funding, but probably looking at least a year away, I would think, because I don't know where DBI is. Gina might, she may be able to enlighten us on the recertification and what the time frame is on that.
Yeah, we would likely, the earliest we would be certified would be for the beginning of 2021. That's kind of the timeline I've been given from DCED for anyone who is any Main Street that's working on their redesignations right now. So, and that's what we're currently doing.
Yeah, that actually time frame may fit in with what I'm hearing. After I heard the presentation this evening, there's still some work to be done. We probably have, through the end of the year before everything will be finalized. So timing could work out that way for perhaps that one. But DCD's multimodal will open up this fall.
The other thing that, is a factor is we don't have solid estimates of the costs, which are important because almost always there's a local match. I haven't heard how much council's wanting to go on the local match. Of course, we're in the middle of a budget season right now. We would want to do our figuring and put money aside for the local match once we know how much we're looking at to spend. I think it's premature unless there's something we're missing with the numbers to start looking at a grant application. We need numbers and know how much the local match is.
So let me ask this question then. Should we hold off on doing a motion until we get closer to the fall and just keep this on our radar?
Well, can we not make a motion just to approve the branding and wayfinding signage as it was presented so that the design committee can continue on with
you can make colors? That motion. You can make that motion.
Can I do that now?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion for council to approve the branding and wayfinding signage as presented by Nancy Perkins and Erica Bove for continuing on with their designs for the project.
I'll second.
Okay, Thompson and Prendergast. Discussion.
So you're doing the study, you're going to complete the design study, so then you can do the cost estimate.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, basically the design committee, and Nancy, I don't mean to can jump in, but they need to know that they're good to go with this design so that they can continue with color schemes and so on, and then they'll have a better picture of cost estimates. But
yeah, if you said we need some ballpark numbers in a month, I think we could pull something together. It wouldn't be exact, but that would be a matter of really, walking downtown and just documenting where we think we need things. Of course, we'd need to get with any, PennDOT and regulation people and make sure that what we're doing is okay. We wouldn't be changing any route signs, but where we can combine some things, that would be preferable because it would just clean up the appearance. So we could probably get something done, in 4 weeks, if that was a goal that you wanted us to work toward. And they would be preliminary numbers.
It would just have to be in line with when we would make any application for funding.
Right.
You need those solid numbers, and council would be looking at committing funds. We usually do that in the fall of the year, and go that route.
Well, and I see this as phases. I mean, we know we're going to try to hit the central business district first. And then as we move out and we realize we want things in other places, that would be a phase 2 or a phase 3.
And FYI, I think that we can actually separate the welcoming signs from the rest of the wayfinding, and using this countywide COVID funding, have funding put towards doing the welcoming signs into town, because that's an economic development issue to help with the recovery under COVID-19. The rest of the wayfinding signs, the directional signs would not qualify, but I think the welcoming signs, since they're in rather tatty condition at this point, we could probably put that in our wish list. So that my part, if we can come up with some numbers, we don't need those numbers for tomorrow, but we will need them in about 4 weeks or so when the state asks for more specific detail.
I think even end of August is a good time frame.
So do we have any other discussion on Gina's motion? Seeing none? Ralph?
Mr. Prendergast?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Tosti-Vasey?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Brackbill?
Aye.
Ms. Clayton?
Aye.
Mr. Eaton?
Aye.
Ms. Homboski?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we take a voice vote on the voice vote at the end of tonight's meeting?
I'm okay with that for sure.
Okay. Next item is the draft resolution suspending open containers ordinance. This is resolution number 0615-2020-01, I think, to temporarily suspend parts of the open container ordinance.
Jan, is it possible that go back to committee or go to a committee?
Yes, so you can either make a motion to send this back to a committee for further review, and I will explain what I'm thinking of if we do that, or you can just do it as a motion and then table it. Your choice. I'm not particular.
I'll make a motion that it goes to committee.
I'll second that.
Okay, so that's Brackbill and Walker. What I'm thinking of if we do this is do an ad hoc committee, because we don't have a committee that specifically handles open container ordinances. So I was thinking, because this would deal with things in the parks and this would deal with stuff on the streets, I'd like to make it a committee of the chair of the streets, which would be Deb Clayton, and Parks and Recs, which would be Melissa. I see a thumbs up on that. And then have Gina brought in as she's learned a lot through DBI about what other communities are doing. So we'd have, so the three of you plus me would make a temporary ad hoc committee to deal with this issue.
Good.
Okay.
So
yeah, I was prepared to discuss it, but I'm cool with doing that. So
okay.
I personally will not support anything that's going to have open alcohol in public places. I hope you really consider that in your committee meetings.
Okay.
And I'm in wholehearted concurrence with Mr. Brackbill.
I'm just wondering what the intent of the suspension is. I really couldn't dig it out of what the.
Right. It needs explaining, but should I bother explaining it, or should?
No, not if.
I mean, at some point, the council's going to need an explanation. Otherwise, they have information. I don't know which.
That's what your committee will need to do.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we're going to use ad hoc committee, we'll review it, and then do a presentation at the next meeting.
Okay.
That works. I have total faith in this ad hoc committee.
Okay. Okay, moving on. And someone else will have to talk about this. Request to look at the visibility parking restrictions exiting from Blanchard onto Bishop Street.
Yes, you know, a person was here in the office and just mentioned that pulling out from Blanchard onto Bishop Street, you know, the visibility, cars coming past, you know, Blanchard Street is not the best, especially looking to the east. So they just, and of course the curb is painted yellow to give visibility and limit parking in that area. But they're just asking to have that looked at to see if potentially it could be, the yellow curb could be expanded to a greater length. So I was just passing it on. Someone that was here in the office mentioned it was an issue.
And I think this is a similar issue that we had with Lamb Street and Allegheny Street. And John, you might remember the discussion because this was, I think, was in the fall. I think there was a 20. The PennDOT says it only has to be 20 feet, but I'm not sure.
Well,
Yeah,
there's currently more than 20 feet, but I'm just saying with the angle of the hill and all of that, it was voiced as a concern.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward intersections because of the angle in the hill.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not ideal, and I don't know who you would have look at it.
Probably, I mean, you know, I suppose we could have, see if the LTAP would look at it while they're here when those folks come in. Other than that, it'd be just a judgment call. Maybe the streets committee meet on site and take a look at it.
Yeah, that.
I've kind of looked at that intersection and the yellow painted curb on the south side of Bishop Street is about 60 feet in both directions.
Yeah.
It's a pretty wide area, but I agree that if you're coming off of Blanchard Street, if you're looking downhill on Allegheny Street, you cannot see oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
And then there's the additional kind of interference with the residents who park directly across from that intersection. There's a T.
Yes.
You've got cars parked across the street and it's a narrow turn in both directions.
Yes.
So it's just an awkward intersection.
Maybe we should just add this to the LTAP that request.
We can certainly try that.
Okay.
That works.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nice when you can find that the parking space is too close to the intersection. You can correct that one.
Yeah, but other than eliminating more parking spaces, I'm not sure what we could do. And that street's pretty well parked up.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to the Boroughs Association webinar. Ralph, you want to talk about that?
Yes, I think Ann or someone mentioned this, and we put it on the radar that the Boroughs Association offers their webinars. It's usually over the lunch hour. June 17th is coming Wednesday. They're doing one on crosswalks and basically pedestrian safety. So it's timely to some of the issues we've talked about. You know, I know, I believe it's free or minimal. I'm planning on signing up. And check with Kathy to see if there's anything else we need to do, but I wanted to make sure you're aware of it. And if you need any assistance signing up or attending, let us know.
It is free, Ralph. I had requested Kathy sign me up, and I got a response back from her that she did.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, I need a motion to appoint landscape architect Nicole Medinsky to replace Rob Lingenfelter on Harb. That term would, his term currently expires on December 31st, 2024.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Prendergast and Walker. Discussion?
So did they fill out all the paperwork?
Yes. Yeah, because this one has a ordinance says it has to be a certified architect, we additionally asked for a copy of the certification, and we received that Friday. So we've got all the paperwork and she meets all the requirements.
I just want to mention she is the person who is going to be doing the HRG work for our phase 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. I think it's an asset. I mean, you know, it's just when you said I go by Nikki,
Yes.
but it's Nicole. Yeah.
I mean, she would obviously, if something went through Harb that she worked on, she would abstain.
Yeah, she would recuse.
Yeah, I don't see any issue.
Right. Okay.
Any other discussion? Seeing none? Wow.
Mr. Prendergast,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Tosti Vasey,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Brackville,
Aye.
Ms. Cleaton,
Aye.
Mr. Eaton,
Aye.
Ms. Homboski,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Can we do hand signals like this and Ralph can see us all? Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. So
Do you want me to mention what that gentleman had emailed me about very quickly? I don't want to take a whole lot of time
yeah,
about
go ahead.
about
Go
the
ahead.
sister cities. I was approached by an individual who used to live in Center County, now lives in Arizona, and he's become concerned with the plight of the Navajo and Hopi nations, which are sovereign, and that's an important point in this. He feels that he wanted to know if we were aware of the Sister Cities program. He thought that Bellefonte, that our municipality would be a really good fit to be a sister city to a town in the Navajo Hopi Nation. What you do is you become acquainted with their community becomes acquainted with our community, and it develops and organizes arts and culture, education, business, trade. You essentially help each other. You can visit each other. There are like student exchange programs and so on. And what I'm wondering is this something that we would have to form a committee to take a look at this and of course identify a town. This is an international organization, but it's based in the United States. And most of the cities are overseas, but like I said, we're talking about a sovereign nation on the North American continent, so that would qualify. And like I said, the benefits are social awareness, diversity, exposure to the issues on the reservation, ways that we could possibly help them. Once the crisis had passed, we can do some cultural and exchange kinds of things, like with the art museum or something along those lines. Is this anything that you would want me to look into and get further information on?
Well, sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super interesting. I mean, and I don't mind researching it. Is that something you'd like me to do and report back?
If you would.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Gina. Thank you. All right, I'll do that. Thanks.
Okay.
Aye.
So the final item on the agenda is to do the brainstorming for this letter of interest to send to the commissioners tomorrow. So this is basically opening it up and for each give some ideas of what you think how we could use the funds that are going to be made available to us for between now and December 31st.
I mean, might be available to us.
Well, he said that.
Yeah. Sorry, Joanne.
Yeah, might be available.
I think the idea for forgiveness for utilities is a great one if the authority is willing to take it on.
Yeah, I wouldn't know why we wouldn't. I know some time ago, the CDBG funds were allocated, and there goes my lights again, but anyway, the CDBG funds were allocated for assistance low to moderate income citizens. So we could certainly add on top of that, maybe expand the pool of monies available. Catch my lights here. There we go. Thanks.
Would this also help with any kind of testing areas for people?
Possibly.
That would be a big plus.
That would be
I
huge.
think so, because I mean, and again, our first responders would comes to mind, but also residents who, you know, maybe older residents who just need a place where they can get tested. If
Yeah.
they really need to, other than going to the ER or somewhere else.
So maybe setting up a couple of satellite spots around the county, including one here in Bellefonte.
Supporting an organization that is able to do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Could it be coordinated with one of the medical centers in town, like Geisinger or Mount Nittany?
Sure. Sure.
Joanne, I was on that call today too. Did you, but I didn't log in via Blue Jeans. Did you look at the DCED guidelines for this? They mentioned there was a link to the DCED.
Yes, I did. And so that memo that I put together, I actually cut and pasted the categories out of that.
Okay. I was wondering whether the testing sites might be what was something that was on there, because they're pretty vague. They just say recovery, response planning, and outreach efforts, you know?
It wasn't a very long document. It was 4 pages long.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't very detailed. And what Mike and Mark and Steve all said was that they're open to having any kind of ideas given to them, and then they will put together the request based on what is sent in. But they have to have a broad idea of what communities are looking for in order to put the ideas in. They also said that they might be morphed later, but they had to have a good detailed listing right now. So like what Don's idea about the welcoming signs is helpful.
What about, while Joanne's looking for something, what about improving internet access in Talleyrand Park? I know that that's through the visitor center, but if we could aid them in some way, like buy equipment that boosts the signal.
It probably would. I mean, they talk in general terms, funding to communities with additional broadband access. I mean, it's kind of vague, but I think it probably could be fit in. I know EI is, looking at putting in funds to help businesses develop the apps for curbside, service and business and things like that. So helping Wi-Fi, downtown Wi-Fi would be probably a possibility.
One of the things they are talking about is broadband services, so that would fit in. I think highly pushing that idea of bulk purchases of PPE equipment would be helpful, because that would be helpful not only to the borough, but that would be to the nonprofits here in town who can't really afford that kind of services.
Could we ask for money for beefing up our parks department so they can do some sanitation in the parks and stuff?
Well, I'm not sure you can use it for direct labor.
All right.
Unless it's extraordinary expenses that we would have already occurred. But certainly, I think
They-
buying
the
the
sanitation crew would be a,
no, but buying all the stations and whatnot, dispensers would be eligible, I believe.
that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
It would be good to know whether it includes the labor for additional costs inflicted from COVID, you know, so what is the incurred labor costs of all these extra procedures that the borough is undertaking? You know, that's something that maybe isn't clear in those DCD guidelines.
Yeah, I mean,
I never got a clear answer from
Oh.
my sources, so.
You know, probably a month or 6 weeks ago, I sat in on a FEMA webinar about grant funds. And, you know, your normal average wages are not eligible most of the time. It has to be, as I was just saying to Mike, some kind of extraordinary expenses, overtime, police overtime, something that you can say is directly related to COVID-19. There was a area of town that we had to quarantine or something.
Right.
I mean, that's what they're looking for. A normal everyday workload is not eligible. And we honestly, we have not had much extra costs, you know, fortunately here in our community due to COVID-19. If anything, we've cut back. You know, we tried to hold the line on much of our expenses.
How about if we just have supplement our tax base?
So, Ralph, I would have thought that sanitizing facilities, putting in the sanitizing stations, anything related to PP is above and beyond what we normally do. And I would think that that would be qualified. So the idea of maybe having, we could ask them when you put it in on the letter of interest to say that, could we pay for additional staff that we currently don't have to assist with some of the sanitizing protection?
We can ask. I can just say up until now, we've used our existing staff on regular time to do those type of things.
Yeah. But we don't have that now because we've cut back, and so it would be an additional expense. My other idea, and I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, is that the upgrades to the borough building for safety. I think all of that should be included.
No question whatsoever.
what about the ambulance service that we have over by Big Spring? Do they have any extraordinary costs or things that maybe they're not able to cover or something?
It's possible, and I have to double check. I think Scott was copied in on this, or will be aware, and may have a separate application.
Oh.
You know, that they're a separate organization.
Okay.
So I can.
And what about the fire department? Do they have any extraordinary expenses that, I mean, you know, everybody, when you think about all the groups that raise money, you know, all the nonprofits that raise money, and they're dependent on people showing up at events, and so that people can raise money, all of that has been curtailed, you know.
Absolutely.
And so I don't know how you capture that information and put that into a request, but that's had an impact, and it's certainly an economic impact, and it affects all of the nonprofits that we have here.
It's like the fire police and all, you know, and even our police who, you know, did assisted with the high school graduations, they all had to use PPE. So you know, we have to rebuild the stockpile that we may have had, and I'm not sure if we had one, but we should. And that should include, you know, our fire companies and our police. And you know, if Scott's on his own, then you know, I'm sure he can manage that part of it.
Well, I think you
do that. I don't see it. I don't know if it was stockpiling or not. But.
Yeah, I mean, Randy, you said it early on, you know, they should be included, PPE materials, and,
Yeah.
you know, put in an order for a bulk amount.
Okay.
I think maybe, I mean, we've got more people who are unemployed or had their salaries cut back. And so I think, we talked about utilities handling those through the authorities. What about rental assistance or mortgage assistance for people who completely lost their jobs and could be losing their homes? I don't know how that might work. And that might get expensive very, very quickly.
And how would we get that information?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
And how would you critique it? I mean, I have an issue with, well, it's an issue that I have with people who have had their jobs offered back, but because of the extra money they're getting, they turn the job down. And I don't know if you should reimburse that.
It's a tricky area because how do you decide who, you know, who gets this? You know, this person might have lost their job, but this person might have lost their job too. And, you know.
Yeah. It was just something I was throwing out.
Yeah, I understand.
Do we, how,
safety,
along with, I'm sorry.
I just feel like health and safety should be absolute priority. The sanitizers, the testing, the PPE, it just seems to me that would be the very first focus.
I agree with Ann.
Along those lines, do we have, now we were doing the building mods for the entrance and in the office, the lobby in the office. Is there anything relative to video that we, from what we now know, trying to operate with Zoom, that we should be upgrading or getting different equipment? You know, if we continue to operate this way for several more months, is there something that is there some type of equipment that we should be installing, getting in place to make this an easier environment to work in?
We can certainly look at that. I know, you know, we've been getting by with laptops. I can't say that all our laptops are up to date and everything. But there could be, John, there could be some things that we need to make it, maybe just in case, or make things work a little bit more efficiently. But I think overall we've been doing fairly well with what we have.
Right.
Ralph, I don't know if Chief's still with us, but is there anything down in the police department that they would need the monies to make improvements in their area?
Sure. I believe Mr. Weaver, Chief Weaver's on.
Yeah, I'm still here. A lot of the stuff that personal protective equipment, we've been getting donated from Lowe's and other areas, but we have gone together with Ralph and gotten some things, some masks. But right now, really no, we haven't had any extra overtime or anything like that. I've been looking at these grants to see what kind of qualifications that we have, anything that qualify in that, and we haven't had any training yet involving COVID, and everything else has been given to us so far for the most part.
That's my concern is even, you know, your downstairs area, you could probably make improvements to help with distancing and things like that, as well as extra masks and whatever you might need for, you know, when your people are in there.
Yes.
So this may be a way to just, for you guys to stockpile as well.
And get a new station out of it.
That'd be good.
I mean, we have done the alternative is to stagger the shifts and work people, separate people from vehicles, in vehicles. We've done all that, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's more expensive. you know, we've tried to manage the expense side of things as well.
Okay, but we don't, I'm talking about being proactive, not reactive.
Yeah.
Having the equipment that you need on hand in case you need it again.
Well, or the other side is there something within that work environment, the workspace, that you, knowing what you know now, you would modify? You would put in shields or something.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
We
No, I
can
like
take a
that.
look at
I like
that.
that where you were going, Randy. It was like putting in the shields and stuff like that. And that way when the guys are working, they minimize the potential transmission from one another.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's a good idea.
Or from who might be in one of the cells, cell block.
Is there a charge for testing that at the borough would be assessed? You know, if police officers could run into somebody that's positive every day when they call on somebody, you know, or stop somebody. And so they might have to get tested really often. And so are there costs associated with that the borough would have to fund, or how does that work? I mean, I don't even know what they cost.
Yeah, it's something we would have to look into.
But you could put it on the list.
Yep.
And
Wish
put
list.
it on the list.
We did put testing on the list.
So the testing for the staff, purchase of temperature, the non-touch temperature.
Right.
Yes, all those things we could use.
Well, I'll put it this way, the dentist's office and places like that are charging more to have a visit because they've had to buy all this stuff. You know, the thermometers and all the different things.
Those types of things we could use. We don't have them.
Right.
Any kind of sprayer, like you know, they have these like defoggers. We don't have any of those.
Add that to the list then.
Yeah.
I think that's in the list for PPE.
Yeah.
Sanitizing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have an exec committee, don't we?
Yeah.
Pardon?
We have to break for an executive.
Yeah. Is there anything else that anyone can think of?
If there is, email us. You know, we'll try to scramble to put things together.
Okay. So,
Motion we adjourned.
second? Who's going to second?
Brackville.
Okay, Prendergast and Brackville. Seeing no objection,
Now,
we won't take a vote. We will just adjourn.
one more question.
Yeah.
We vote. Are we just staying on for the?
Yes.
Yes, just stay on, but I've got to make sure everybody else leaves.
Not a problem.
Okay. We're adjourned at 10:30 p.m.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night,
Good night, Nancy.
Thanks for coming.
Let me see. We got some people leaving us.
CNES still has to leave.
And is Sean staying on?